Morgan's already waiting. Shabbat Shalom, Morgan.
Shabbat Shalom.
How are y'all doing today?
Oh, we're doing okay.
Oh, good.
You guys?
Yeah, we're doing good.
You know,
How's it going with the moving plan?
move slow, but
Slow.
we're taking a few things. We have the truck and movers scheduled for the 18th, which is a week from this coming Tuesday, to take the bigger stuff.
Oh,
Then
okay.
we'll be mostly down there then. It'll take a while to fully clean this place out, but
Right.
when you downsize, you got to figure out stuff.
Yeah, you end up donating or giving away a lot of stuff.
Right.
Yep.
Try to sell a few things too.
Oh, yeah.
So, of course, now it's 100 degrees some of the days, and makes
Excuse me.
working outside kind of not fun.
Yeah.
But we don't have too much that to do. So
So did you say your brother was wanting to buy the place?
I think he bought it.
what's that?
Did you say that your brother was buying the place? Buying your house?
Nita's 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 brother, and
Oh,
it was
okay.
part of it was in the inheritance, and he wanted it, and we wanted him to have it because it's getting too big for us to manage, and so we worked it all out.
But how many acres you got there?
26 and a half.
Ooh, that's a lot of mowing.
Now there's pasture, and there's some of it's farmed actually.
Oh,
It's
okay.
Anita's brother took it over from the farmer. He was doing wheat, beans, and corn, kind of rotating. But Brett got with another guy who has equipment and everything, and they're just hanging it right now. So because they all got animals and stuff. So Brett's always got some goats and always got goats, and he had some sheep, but I think they were for the county fair for somebody to show. He had some sheep over there for a bit. He does that for people. He's real good at picking animals. He knows his animals, and he was always involved in that, 4-H and all that stuff or whatever. So now he's helping other people that have kids, and they can, come and find us a lamb or find us a choice pig or whatever, and he does. So he keeps them here for a while, but they're not close to the house. When they built the place, Nita's mom very wisely said, I want the barns over there because I don't want the smell and the flies and all that goes with it, right? So
Oh,
they
yeah.
did that, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I remember a couple of years back we were talking about maybe trying to find a place out in the country somewhere, which we're not going to be able to do that now. But I told her, I says, if you don't want to mow the grass, we can always get goats.
Yeah,
Thinking about getting a
yeah.
no.
There's several people here around here that have goats for rent, and they if you want a pasture cleared, because the goats will go for the weeds first. In fact, they'll go if there's poison ivy. That's what they love. Eat that poison ivy up. And so they'll. I don't know what it costs, but they do all the work. The people that own the goats, they bring the fencing and they move it. And they have them clear out an area. Then they move the fence, and then they bring water tanks and stuff. So I don't think it's cheap. It's a bit of work.
Goats are a little hard to keep contained, too.
They are.
They're
Oh, they're very good at getting out. Yeah, very, very good at getting out. Yeah,
I wish I'd have known that about poison ivy.
yeah,
Welcome back,
I did
Shad.
not know. I did not know that.
yeah. I didn't. I found that out not too awful long ago, actually. So I guess they do have cast iron stomachs. Somebody else talk
Hmm.
about it. cans and stuff. And poison ivy, oh boy.
Poison ivy actually has they're actually using like compounds of it for health benefits.
Okay.
I can't think of what it is at the moment, but they have it for they're using it for several things.
Huh.
Rusitol. I don't know how you say it, but that's what that oil or grease is. It's very difficult to get off. I mean, you got to really scrub. Uh, Dawn dishwashing liquid does a good job.
Yeah.
Are you talking about as far as getting poison ivy off of you?
I have some
Yeah.
ivy rest, but we've never had to use it.
Yeah.
The worst
Yeah.
thing about it, well, I didn't know. I don't. They say you may not be allergic to it when you're younger, and then all of a sudden you are. And I know I was working around a fence that had grown up, and man, I got it bad. I didn't know what it was, and I mean,
He wants to play.
and I could just get straight. And it finally got to where I'd wear long sleeve shirts.
Yeah.
Well, because I was too embarrassed, I was embarrassed, But after I realized, and then I learned how to identify it. But the part about it is, it's so troublesome. Is even if you got gloves, even if you got protection, everything that you touch, your tractor wheel, your tools, it's on there.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
And
it's
then some people get the bright idea, oh, I'll burn it. Well, that oil
oh, that's
gets
the
in the
That's
worst.
air and
worse.
Yeah,
that's the
you
worst
if
thing.
you
Gets all
breathe
over,
that
gets in your
stuff.
eyes.
If you breathe that stuff, it can be deadly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
You can't.
I've always heard leaves of three, leave it be. I mean, there's other
Hmm.
plants that are three-leaved also, but I still leave them be.
Well,
Well,
poison
Yeah.
ivy usually
Yeah.
looks like mitts. Their leaves
yeah,
usually
yeah,
look like
that's
mitts.
it. And they have three, like he said, leaves with the mitts. But what people don't realize is those hairy vines that's running up a tree. That is poison ivy.
We
Oh yeah.
had one about this
Yeah.
big going up
Mm-hmm.
the tree that we had taken down about 4 years ago.
Yeah, it was several of them. I mean, it was
If you're
several
going to use a
vines.
chainsaw, make sure that it's throwing it the other way.
Well, what I
Well,
did
we hired
was
somebody.
what I did was this way before we had the trees cut down, but I went around with a hatchet and just
Mm-hmm.
cut the base of all the vines so that
Mm-hmm.
they eventually just died off.
Mm-hmm.
But the oils can stay alive,
Yeah.
can still be viable.
I believe they can still get you after they've been dead a long time, if I'm not
Stuck in
mistaken.
the mulch.
But I've got the white, but I can recognize it pretty well. But like Todd said, I'll leave them all alone if I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always spray it when we see it.
Yeah.
Well, it's supposedly, if the way I kind of think, I'm not saying it's right, but God made every plant and there was a purpose for every plant. And it's man that calls them weeds, kind of, but that's just a plant misplaced. It should be somewhere else, probably. Because we got a lot of bindweed, and for Nita and I, we would go walking. That's beautiful. Look, we call them prairie roses. The flowers are just beautiful. Farmers hate it because it just tangles and gets spreads and just tangles everything.
Yeah.
I've been studying, or not, just YouTube, and so many plants that have been more medicine that have been, practically eradicated.
Yeah,
I tell you, like dandelions, people used to love to grow dandelions in their yard, but during World War II, the soldiers saw the front yard of the people in England, and they were meticulous, and they were moved, and so when they came home from the war, that's when it started. They started cleaning it out of their yard.
uh, Yeah. Well, we wouldn't probably use them out here because of the chemicals they'd been using on the crops the fields right next to our house,
Hmm.
you know. But
Yeah,
and we were
I will not use any kind of pesticide. I mean, any kind of spray. I own this whole block I live on, and I've never. First, I started it because I always had a dog, and
yeah,
dogs they constantly eating leaves and stuff, or chewing on stuff, trees. There's something they want and their need in there. And so I
yeah,
never use it. And I just absolutely don't use it at all.
that's good. Yeah. So, and when we lived out with Randy and Jeanette on the farm for a while, and we would have those, what do they call them, shepherd's quarters? No, lamb's quarters. And
Right.
they make a good tea, a good, you can eat it and, boil it and eat it for a green, but then you got to be careful in this agriculture era that we're in now. I mean, uh, my brother-in-law and the guy he's working with took over the place out here, like I was telling Todd and Angel, and the farming, and they're just doing hay right now because they got animals and stuff, but they are not using pesticides and stuff. I mean, it'll take quite a long time to clear all that out, all that, what's that? The big one, that they use, the
Oh yeah.
Roundup,
Yeah.
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 glyphosates. It'll take, I forget, the half-life on glyphosates is 240 some days is the half-life, you know. So,
It's in the groundwater too.
yeah. Boy,
So even
wait,
if but I live on top of a hill, so
yeah. We use
no,
I have a 3 foot UV light that our water runs over out of the well because there is some
yeah,
coliform.
yeah.
And so went way overboard and got a 3 foot long one. And, and then we also, after that, we have an RO unit for what we drink and cook and stuff with. So you take it into the lab and it's good water then, as far as healthy. I know some people don't like taking the minerals out. I understand that. But our water is 120 grain here, which is ridiculously hard. I mean,
Yeah.
if you didn't have the stuff and you picked up the toilet lid, there's just be big crust in there, and just stuff.
I don't drink any of my water. I hate to. I don't even like. I have to wash dishes and take a shower in it, but it has been all. I tell you how long it's been this way. It's been. My dad was the mayor when I was like 45 years old, and it was an everyday thing. Then, I mean, 30, 40 years ago, and it still is today. Any time now, and they did a lot. They've done a lot of work. They got a grant, and they've really redone and done a good job. But still, you can only do so much for what you got.
Right. Yeah.
But
Yeah. I
you never
saw,
know.
yeah. I saw it and thing on CBS Sunday Morning a while back over in southeast Missouri where the rice producers, there's a lot of rice producers. And this one guy, he was making a living and he was doing it the way everyone else did it. But one of them didn't do it that way. And he was talking to him about it and showing him his dirt and everything. And so the guy bought some more land. And it was like ashy white and almost dead, really bad land. And he started treating it right, like the guy told him. I don't know all the details. I don't remember all the details. But anyway, he showed us what it had been like, that ashy ground, and what it is today. And it looked like chocolate cake. It was so rich. It was just, and that's marvelous. And of course, it was producing way more rice than the old way, than the modern way of with the pesticides and all that stuff. So
I
that's
remember, I remember
good.
about 10, maybe longer years ago, I had raised, I got a lot of biddies delivered to me. I was raising chickens, maybe 15 years ago, and I raised them inside because it was winter time. And I raised them in a building. And then when they got big enough, I put them outside and I put a big water pan, a big flat, shallow so they don't drown. But it was big enough for all 25 or 30 of them to get there. And they hadn't announced anything. I didn't know anything about it. I walked out there one day and I mean, all 25 or 30 of these biddies are just shoulder to shoulder around this thing and they're just not leaving. They're just drinking and drinking. Well, when I realized or when I got information that they had problems with the water, one of the problems, if you did drink it, was it made you thirsty. So
No,
those chickens were just, they were the more they drank, the thirstier they got. And
It was
so
positive.
I had to haul water here from a buddy of mine's well for, I don't know, maybe a month. It was a long time. I know this nursing home here, they had to buy bottled water for a long time.
yeah,
Yeah, we've got hard water here.
I've lived
That's
in worse hard water conditions though. Lived in a place once in Giles County that it was lime, and it killed the water heater every year.
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, it's
I came up here, I remember coming up here when I was a kid. We'd go to my grandmother's house and I'd go into the bathroom and run a tub of hot water. There was so much sulfur in there that God, it'd run you out of there. It was
yeah,
rotten egg sulfur smell. And that stayed that way till my dad was, 30 years later, or 25 years later when my dad was mayor, it was still that way. They dug a new well while he was mayor, but like I say, recently they've got a grant and they've got a whole lot better system. But when I open up my email, it might be a city alert, water alert. You never know.
yeah.
We filter our water, our drinking water and
Yeah.
cooking water.
I buy bottled water, 5-gallon bottle. I used to go get it, but now I just have it delivered because it was such a hassle loading them up and going and getting it. I mean, it was cheap, like $1.50 a 5-gallon bottle, but it's a lot more expensive this way. But that's the trouble.
Yeah, we got one of
That's
those Berkey filters that holds like 2 gallons of water.
I
I
don't
bought
buy
yeah,
one of
the
those.
filters. I buy the pure filters.
Yeah.
I bought
yeah.
one of those, and I never could get it to work.
Huh.
Finally sent it back, and about that time, I guess they hadn't been out very long, and a lot of people were having the same problem. I forget exactly what it was, but there was a lot of people returning them. It
Huh.
was big. I think it was bigger than 2 gallons.
Yeah, and
Yeah, some of them are like,
they had a problems for a long time with their filters themselves, where they weren't able to make them. So um, I did research on how their filters tested out, and the ones that test out the best is the pure, the PUR.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is.
And you don't
yeah,
have to worry about
I had a
you,
real good
you
one,
don't you
but
don't have to
like I
maintain
say,
them either.
yeah,
When you use a Berkeley, you gotta
Berkey.
or a Berkey, you gotta flush the filters out like every couple of months or something, and especially if the water takes a long time to filter through.
yeah,
right.
Her ones that we have, we put those in
You just have to
a
soak
year and a
them
half
upside
ago.
down. You have to soak them upside down in water, and then for like 20 minutes, and then they're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. The ones we put in, those pure ones, we've never had to flush them out.
Yeah.
They work perfect. And not only that, but we also took magnets. I know it sounds weird, but we lined the bottom of it with magnets, so you can
On the
magnetize
outside.
on the outside, so you can magnetize the water. Because some of the research we did is it the by magnetizing the water, it you're basically charging the elements that's in the water, because water is a living thing,
Mhm.
Right.
and the magnets help charge the nutrients and stuff that's in that water. And it also makes it taste crisper too. It almost gives
Yeah.
like a crisp kind of taste to it.
Yeah.
Silver, silver will really clean it too.
Clean it. Yeah. Silver's a good cleaner.
Yeah,
Um,
but it's getting so expensive now.
does. Yeah. Yeah. That, yeah, that the magnetism thing is cool because it realigns the ions in the water, positive and negative charges, and balances it. That's what it does. Cool.
When I was working, uh, I traveled around the country, and and in every trailer park, some were the worst was in Missouri because they had just had that big flood the year before. I mean, you could see the water ring on a tree. I mean, it was just unbelievable how high that flood got. And it really contaminated the water, and it was really bad. But the best thing I've ever seen is that Culligan. But they've got to be in your area, and they come out and they set two bottles outside your house. They're about the size of these big oxygen tanks for welders
Yeah.
or acetylene tanks, and they periodically come and change the filter. But I was staying in this one trailer park in right outside of Chicago, and you women couldn't brush their teeth with it, and you could not drink it. And but this one couple, they had Culligan come out, and they said, and I mean, literally, they would, pour a glass of water and bring it out and hand it to somebody and tell them, try this water. And I mean, it was, and I had a friend who he had so much iron in his water that he just could not. He spent like $500 trying to, put this big filtration system in. I said, look, just call Culligan. And he told me, he said, man, that, it's absolutely pure. So, but we don't have them in this area. I wish we did.
Mm.
My sister lived in a house one time that had hard water with the iron, and it made her hair brittle and it turned it orange, and it's really hard to clean out of the commodes and the shower
Oh,
and
yeah.
the sink, and it stained her dishes also.
Yeah. Hey, turn your clothes on when you wash it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
What?
He is the lovingest little thing.
2 pounds and 2 ounces. Like, good grief.
At 6 weeks old,
6 weeks old.
he's gonna be a big boy.
I hope he turns big. He's losing the blue in his eyes.
He's got the face, the hair on his face kind of looks like a Mancoon. Can you see the tufts on his ears?
Well, hold your head up so they can see you. We're just thankful he's doing good.
Yeah. We let him loose in the house during the day, and he like just runs like.
he likes to go up to everybody and boop them in the nose. Just walks up to him and just goes, boop.
Oh no, that must be Patty and Dave. You got skunks.
Polecats.
Skunk family. Oh no.
Polecats. Yeah, here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
There are people that have their stinkers removed and have them as pets.
Fingers removed or stinkers
There's
removed.
They're stinkers.
Yeah,
The stinker
yeah,
gland.
yeah.
Looks like we may be getting another one too. We got one outside. She's trying her best to get in the door.
I've still got the one I feed with a shovel, but I do wear leather gloves, but he's getting to where he hasn't attacked me lately, but I don't take a chance.
Was it
I
a
put
cat?
on the yeah, yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was a cat or a skunk.
No, it's a cat, and I mean, like it was raised from a baby. It's super athletic and strong. I mean, but it was raised from a baby with a big bully cat, you know.
Ah.
And it was just, it's like it's got PTSD. And you can't pet it. Now, sometimes it's got to where it will let me touch it while I'm feeding it, but it really doesn't let you pet it. It'll rub against you, but don't, you know. But I mean, he has hit me so many times so fast that you know, I put on heavy gloves when I feed him, you know.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, my girlfriend left him there, and I wasn't an ex-girlfriend, and I wasn't gonna feed him, but I thought, man, well, she fed him for a long time, and then he keeps the critters away, most definitely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But
why we feed the ones outside.
he's super athletic. I've actually seen him go up an oak tree like 30 feet and catch a squirrel. I mean, but he had to be that way because that other cat would beat it on him. That other cat used to come down here and sit, you know, and had to run him back off. He finally got to where he wouldn't come down there, but he really hated that cat.
Wow.
And he was huge, you know. I mean,
That's
she
like
tried to.
Sonny in the backyard. She's
She's a
she
little
might be
thing.
6 pounds if she's even that, but she runs that yard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's taken over that yard, and she'll chase away males 3 times her size.
And they
Mm-hmm.
run. They're scared of her.
Oh yeah, she's brutal, but
Yeah.
she's also she's probably on the porch right now, but she's
Very loving.
yeah,
She's
very loving. Yeah, she was. For a while, I was scared to continue petting her because about a month ago is when my hand got lit up by her and got into one of the muscles and everything else. She wasn't swatting at me; she was just grabbing for me.
Yeah, she was just trying to pull his hand back to keep petting
Because I
her.
was petting her, and I was like, not petting you anymore. Well, she was on the porch yesterday and was petting on her for about 15, 20 minutes, and I said, "You're not worried about her lighting you up again?" She said, "No, she's not doing that." So I went down there on the ground with her, and she wanted me to rub her belly and patting her on the butt and everything, and she never tried to grab for me. I was watching, but she never tried to grab for me or anything. And of course, next thing she says is, "So when do we take her in?" I was just, "Not until you give her some of Daddy's little helper,"
Yeah.
which are those little snacks that put them to sleep.
They don't
Yeah.
put them to sleep. They just make them sleepy, drowsy.
Yeah, just make them really drowsy. That's about the only way we'll be able to get her in, trim her claws up and bathe her.
Right.
It's one of those deals where, whenever we bring a cat in, the first thing we do is we throw him in the sink and give him a bath. In case there's any fleas on him or, anything like that. Poor
Mhm.
Eli, he had 4 ticks on him. when we bathed him. He had them all in his ears.
Yeah.
Like, poor feller.
Well, this area used to have ticks. I mean, everywhere. I haven't seen a tick in years. I yeah, I don't know. A lot of stuff has gone missing around here, like snakes and any bird that nests on the ground. I think it's because of these giant red ants that came. I mean, I'm not talking about house ants. These are big red ants. They build big red mounds. I mean, big mounds rather. And they won't bite. They won't bite. I guess they got a signal, but they'll be all over you before the first one bites you, and then you're covered with them by then. But they have
Are they a
white.
form of a fire ant, or is...
Yeah, so they're like a fire ant, but I forget what the actual name of them is. But we call them red ants. But they're big. They're not house ants.
right?
They build big mounds out, and they have been a. I mean, you never see quail anymore, and very few snakes. Uh, Anything that nests on the ground, or they've decimated everything
So
around here.
they're an invasive species.
Absolutely. There's some parts of Texas where where they wiped out, practically wiped out a species of ant known like the carpenter ant, and they're trying to bring them back, and they're doing all kind of uh, experiments trying to bring them back because these ants have wiped out those carpenter ants too in a lot of places.
Wow.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, like, they'll actually kill a newborn calf. They're serious.
How big are they?
Is their bite poisonous like a fire ant?
Uh, they're about half inch long, maybe. You know,
Yeah, that's pretty decent size. We around here, of course, I haven't
maybe
seen any in a
longer.
long time, but we used to have a maple tree over at the house that I grew up at, and I remember seeing the big black ants. They were like half inch, three
Oh
quarter
yeah,
inches
I've
long. I was
seen
like,
them. Yeah,
but I haven't seen any like that since.
yeah.
I haven't seen those in, gosh, decades.
I mean, and that no, I've never heard anybody say any kind of treatment that you buy really works. They usually just move. So I tell you what,
Yeah,
I take a can of gas when I'm ready to get rid of them, and I just encircle a mound with that gas first, and then I slowly I know it's going to kill the grass, but that's the only way I know it's going to get rid of it. I don't light it,
right.
but I go around the outside first before they start running.
I might not, with me, I don't
Yeah, but
know.
it's getting expensive to do that now, though.
Yeah, I don't remember a whole lot
Yeah.
about my childhood or anything like that, but I do remember this one time we were taking, I think it was our first trip across the country in the motorhome, and Dad had all of us kids riding in it, and uh, I remember we stopped the motorhome somewhere. I don't remember where, and I remember my sister stepped out the back door, and she was barefoot, and she planted her foot right on top of a fire ant nest.
Mm.
That I do remember, and I remember it lit her up.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, I used to have I used these lots around. I own this whole block here, and I'd let this one area grow up, and it was just covered in blackberries. And I remember a guy down the street took his little granddaughter out there. They were going to pick blackberries, and they had just got out there, and oh, she got covered in them, and that was the end of that. I mean, they had to run her back. He had to run her, wash her off with a water hose. That's about the only thing you can do when they cover you like that.
Yeah, I forgot what Dad did. I mean, the right by the back door was the bathroom. It had a shower in it, so maybe that might be what he did. I don't really remember. I just remember her stepping in it.
Uh,
I was probably I don't know, 7 or 8 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Not really sure.
Yeah, that's the most dangerous moment when you just step out of a door like that because I mean you're not thinking about something being there.
Yeah.
I was flushing my radiator in my truck in the garage, and I had the hose, a black hose, running there, and it was tight right, across here. And I came in to do something, and I went back out, and it was warm, and I went back out, and I stepped out the door, and that laying on that stretched tight black water hose was about a 3 foot copperhead. I didn't think it,
Oh
and I
no.
mean, I went to step and I was gonna step right. I mean, I just like got that instant rush of adrenaline and with my right foot, I just jumped.
Oh
I
yeah.
was in my 60s then, but I cleared him. And by the time I turned around, like thinking about getting a shovel or something. He was gone, but he was stretched out perfectly on that straight water hose, sunning on that. It was cool. That water was cool, and that sun, and he was in heaven there. But oh man, I'll never forget it, guys. Like you said, I just stepped out the door, and my foot was coming down right on him.
Mm.
I got bit by something, some kind of snake that had the fang marks, but it must not have embedded in my ankle when I was mowing, what, 2 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of people getting bit, what they call a dry bite.
I remember. All I remember is I came home one day and she was mowing the grass, and I jumped all over her. I told her, I said, "Don't you ever let me catch you mowing grass in flip flops again." Some
Even
kind of,
shoes wasn't protecting me because they got my ankle.
but yeah, she was wearing some kind of sandal or flip flop or something. Tor said, "I don't ever want to see you do that again. You always wear shoes when you mow."
hmm And like I don't know, I'm serious. I mean, you hardly see a snake around here anymore, and I know it's because of those fire ants. I mean, which for a trade-off, that's pretty good. But I also like when I was a kid, you saw quail everywhere. They would, llama quail would run across the road, followed by they were everywhere, but you never see them. And I know it's those red ants.
Yeah, I'm suckers. Well, at least the red ants don't do like what the fire ants do anyway,
Yeah.
because that would hurt.
Well, they are a painful bite.
Oh, I'm sure. I
Yeah.
mean, good grief, got an ant that long right there, mess. Yeah, that'll light you up.
hmm
Well, even a bite from a ladybug hurts.
That's just like what was it? Was it last week? Um, we was outside the basement, me and another guy over at work, and I had I was loading a roll of rubber up against this wall that we have, and what it is
hmm
where they cut the parking lot out down there. They got a little retaining wall with which you use the like the 8x8 wood wood stacks like steps,
hmm
and I didn't realize because I just we weren't paying much attention to it, but Gilbert had gotten a couple pieces of wood off the top of that little wall thing, and don't know if he kicked it or what happened, but uh, I went to move one of the pieces of wood and jumped back up on the forklift, and as soon as I leaned back on the forklift, I mean something popped me right in the
Uh-huh.
back, and I
Oh.
almost knew immediately what it was. And I jumped up, I was hollering. He says, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" I said, "Something just stung me." And
hmm
I said, "Is there anything on my shirt?" He says, "No."
I think it was Tuesday.
And then and it was like right above the belt line, and I walked around. I saw a couple wasps flying around, and sure enough, on the bottom, right on the parking lot, there was a crack in the wood, and that's where they were flying out of, and I think that's where his foot was when he grabbed
Uh,
the wood. And but the thing I couldn't figure out was, I told him, I said, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. What are they doing up? He goes,
They
what do you mean?
disturbed
I
them.
said they usually don't, you usually don't pop out till about 10, 11 o'clock. I mean, any kind of bee.
right.
And but yeah, so I went upstairs in the office and grabbed a can of wasp spray because we keep some in stock. I went down there and I lit that sucker up.
Oh yeah, those wasps get bad. Some years more than other. I remember one year I went to buy some wall spray and I went from store to store to store and they were out. I'm talking about big box stores, Tractor Supply, you name it. They were out. And I finally found some at a little hardware store and I loaded up. But they were worse that year than the red wasp. But they haven't been real bad for the last few years.
There's this,
They,
one place I used to work at long time ago. We sold vinyl siding and gutter stuff like that, and we carried this spray called Enforcer. It was in a
hmm
big red can. It shot like 30 feet,
yeah,
but it would also melt a nest.
yeah.
And we had just outside the office, uh, we had one that was almost the size of a basketball. I mean, it was a good sized nest, and we never even really paid attention to it.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden we started seeing a bunch of wasps flying around. We're like, well, where are they coming from? Looked up. Well, it's just where it's if you're not looking, you wouldn't have seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And because it was like in a inside corner there above the warehouse and the office right there. And I
hmm
took that Canon Enforcer out there. We had some customers out there on the dock, and I took that sucker and sprayed it. Man, they hit the ground instantly, and we were watching that thing melt. And after about 5 or 10 minutes, it fell to the ground.
Yeah.
It was just a big old pile of sludge by the time it hit the ground. But I was sitting going, man,
Wow.
that stuff is
What's
bad.
what's the name of it?
I think it was called Enforcer. I haven't
Mm-hmm.
seen it since.
Ah,
I guess they still make it. I don't. It's not something you can buy at Lowe's, or a hardware store, nothing like that.
right.
Um, but I don't know if they still make it or not. I just remember that was some bad stuff.
The stuff I got now is called Bingo, and it works really good. Um,
Yeah, those
but
the
I remember one time I knew I thought they had a nest underneath my fifth wheel trailer. I had it parked down close to Beaumont, and I went to, I said, boy, there's a nest under there. So I got the can and I crawled up under there looking for it. And man, I mean, and I was big then, and I was underneath that trailer, and they started hitting me. And I came out of there, and where they were inside the back hubcap of that trailer.
oh
And they were coming out where the air, where you put the air in, they were coming out that hole. And they
oh
were just tearing me up. So I feel that hubcap full of that wall spray. But it took me a while to get up. Like I had to work my way underneath there, and then they just started hitting me, and I had to work my way back out before I could do anything.
yeah. It's like of course I haven't done it this year yet, but last year every time I went to load the my trailer on the truck with my John boat, I'd walk around the trailer and start kicking things. Just to make
Hmm
sure there were no wasp built a nest in my spare tire, or because
Right.
I got a cover on my spare tire on the trailer, and just going around kicking everything, make sure ain't no bees flying around anywhere. Because I don't know, sometime last year I was taking the cover off,
hmm
and they had just started building a nest underneath the cover,
Yeah.
and I jumped back and I was like, I don't think so, Sparky. I hit them suckers, man. And I mean,
That's
this
one
stuff that
thing
we've
I'm
got in the
lucky
shop, though, I mean,
about.
it's not that great. I had to hit that nest twice.
Hmm
I mean, usually you hit them
That's
one
one thing
time, that's
I'm
it.
lucky about. They don't. really affect me except that initial sting, you know.
Yeah.
Look, I had a friend, I've known him for years, and he had to keep an EpiPen on him. I mean, literally a bee sting
Yeah.
would, and you know, the worst thing is well, of course, where you live, I don't know about, but what is like if you're in a boat down here and you go up in the brush and you don't see that nest, you know, and you're in a boat, you got to crank up and get out of there quick.
Yeah. Or jump in the water, one or the other.
Hmm.
Be like,
Yeah, they had and stuff of those, you know, those killer bees that you hear about. They actually killed a horse down here in Texas. I think it was a couple of years ago.
wow.
Wow.
No, I haven't. I don't think they've ever been around this area, but I think this was more for the south and central part of Texas. But I remember, I think it was the year before last. It was actually it was right at the start of the heat summer when they were, you know, they hadn't discovered it yet, and one of their horses got over there and it actually killed a horse.
Mm.
And they're bad. They would actually, you know, they'll chase you just like a hornet, you know, too, that they
Or like a
say.
yellow jacket. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. I, I'm not 100% sure what they're called. I see them once in a blue moon around here. I think they're called a Japanese wasp.
Uh-huh.
And it sounds like a B-52 when it's flying by. I
Yeah.
mean, they're huge. I mean, they're
Hmm.
about the size of my thumb,
I think they're called
Right.
wood-boring wasps.
but they bore themselves in the ground.
Hmm.
And because I
Oh,
remember,
you're talking about a different one.
yeah, I remember at Mom's house, I was coming down the steps outside. There was some bushes right there on the side, and I just happened to see one go down in a hole in the ground. I was like, "What was that?" And
Uh-huh.
so I knew it was some kind of wasp. Well, I made sure I covered that sucker up, threw a rock on top of it.
Right.
But yeah, I've seen them in the backyard back here. Like I said, I've only seen one or two in the backyard, but man, they sound like a freaking plane when they're flying around.
Hmm.
It's like, oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's one good thing about it that you do hear them, you know. That's the only, you know, I usually hear them, you know, before you ever notice that they're, you know, you're not looking up in the corner. That once you're aware of them, you're looking up in every corner of your windows and everything else outside where they could possibly be. But like I say, some years are worse than others now. The
Yeah.
other day I was getting my internet installed and I had this back door and I was gonna lead that guy, it was the technician out that back door and he happened to see it right. They had a nest right over the door.
Oh, wow.
And they had just started building it. I mean, I don't go out that door very often. And I had that wasp spray, so I got it sitting there everywhere. I just grabbed a can of it and bam, you know, that was it.
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah.
I don't know. A few weeks ago, the guy that mows our grass for us, I saw him in the backyard. He kind of stopped and was like staring at the building that I've been working on, and I was like, "What is he doing?" Well,
Hmm.
he come to me later and he says, "Man, I had to stop there for a second." I was like, "Why?" He says, "Well, I flipped the swings over so I can mow around them." He goes, "There's a wasp nest in one of them,"
Hmm.
and I was like, "Oh, it was Kelsey's swing too." I was like, "Oh," and he said,
No, it was
he said,
yellow jacket.
he says, "You got them in the." No, they were just wasps.
Oh, okay.
He says, he said they're all in that building in there too. I said, well, yeah, because I made my own channeling, and they get down in that channeling and building nests down in there and stuff. And I told him, I said, no, I'll hit those. Don't worry about it. And
Right.
of course, I sprayed the swing and quite. I found them. And I sprayed the nest they had in the swing, and then I hit I think 3 or 4 places inside the building. I mean, they were rolling out of there too. I mean, when they build nests in that building out there, they don't mess around.
Right.
I mean, it's not you don't see 5 or 10 wasps flying out when you spray it, and you see about 20 or 30 of them come out of that thing. And that's an
I
exception.
saw, I've seen one time I saw, I mean, they were literally countless up on this guy's river camp. We were down there and they were up on underneath the eave of that and there's just a countless number of them, you know.
Yeah, I still. You're talking about being in a boat. If you're in across one, I one of the blooper reels I have of Bill Dance. He was fishing along and he threw up, made a bad cast and threw it up in a tree. And as he went up to it, of course it was all covered in leaves and everything. Well, he started pulling and yanking on that thing. He didn't realize what it was. He done wrapped around a wasp nest. You want to talk about somebody jumped in the water quick?
Yeah.
He said, "The heck with that microphone and everything else I got on." He says, "I'm going in the water."
Right.
I was like, "Yeah, I can imagine that." It's just like I know I was fishing tournament years ago, and we were flipping around boat docks and stuff, and the guy I was with that he was flipping back there, and he hit a nest, and all of a sudden they just come flying out of that dock, and man, I mean, he hit that trolling motor, and we was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, you might want to get your lure. He said, "I ain't worried about that lure." Broke that line. He says, "I'm out of here." I said, "I don't blame you." I mean, they come pouring out of there. It's hard to say how big that nest was, but they come pouring.
Wow.
I was like,
I'm glad we don't
cow.
have hornets around here. I deal those hornets. And I mean, like I say, I don't know what keeps those. I've heard of that killer bees since, like in the 70s when Saturday Night Live was first starting. They would do
Yeah.
sketches about, and so that's how long it's been. I've never seen one. They've never come this far. Like I say, they are in Texas, but they must be down south. I was surprised though that they were able to kill a horse like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you talk about the not ready for prime time play.
Yeah, that was their first
That's
year.
back when
That
it
was
was
one of
funny.
the sketches. Yeah.
So who's at the door? Land shark.
Yeah.
Pizza guy. Well, that and SCTV. I used to watch that too.
Yeah, I would watch that,
But it's
and
just about
Monty
everybody
Python
came.
would come on. I
Everybody
would.
came from SCTV though.
Hmm.
And there was another one, Fridays.
Yeah,
But I think it
yeah.
only ran for what, a year or two.
Yeah, I remember when Kramer was on that, and he got in a real fight with Andy Kaufman during
Oh
during one of
yeah.
the sketches, and it was
Thank you for
I
the
mean
raise.
Kaufman, yeah, Kaufman, he was weird. He
He
provoked it.
was.
He made it happen on purpose.
I liked him better on Taxi.
Yeah,
Remember
that guy
watching him so
Kramer. I
bad.
mean, I used to see him in commercials and stuff before Seinfeld. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'll net that. Sometimes I pull it up on YouTube. He was on Jay Leno. This was before anybody knew who he was, and he's a fitness instructor to the stars. I mean, of course, he doesn't know any stars, but he comes out, and he's all wiry, and he's smoking a cigarette. He's going to instruct. He's a fitness instructor. He comes out smoking a cigarette. And, it's just hilarious.
You talk about Kramer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
And he was on Jay Leno. Yeah. It's before he had really taken over for Carson. He was a guest host. And yeah, he was supposed to be fitness instructor to the stars, but he could only name one or two stars, and they had like bit parts, and but like I say, he's smoking a cigarette at the time he walks out. And it's just hilarious.
He's
And-
he's he's the one that made Seinfeld funny.
oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's all anybody would talk about.
Cosmo.
Hmm.
He was the king of moochers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they were just too anxious to rush him into a series after that. It kind of ruined him. But I still pull up that video of him as a fitness instructor on Jay Leno. It is hilarious. Just that way he moves and everything.
Yeah, he always had the jerky movements.
Oh yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I remember seeing him in commercials, and he would just make me laugh. I mean, I didn't know who he was or anything, and just looking at him made crack me up. It's that movements.
I wouldn't have seen it because I'll be honest. I never thought Jay Leno was funny.
Oh,
I
yeah,
I
I
remember
just
him.
ran across. I just ran across the video. I never watched him. I never thought he was funny at all.
I mean, I remember seeing his stand up, before he became real famous and everything. I was just kind of like, this guy is awful. He's
Yeah,
not funny at all.
he had a real ego.
Of course, you couldn't miss him. His chin got there 5 minutes before he did.
Yeah.
Now, I used to watch that stuff all the time back when Comedy Central first hit the air. I mean, that's all it was stand up.
Uh-huh.
Bunch of stand. I used to love watching it. But I remember I was watching something with a buddy of mine one time, and I just kind of sat there and watched the whole entire thing, and he was like over rolling laughing and everything. I was just watching it. He goes, "You don't think the guy's funny?" I said, "Well, I think it's hilarious." He goes, "You're not laughing." I said, "I don't have to think he's hilarious and laugh.
All right.
So I don't have to be laughing to think the guy's funny."
All right.
But can't remember who it was. But I used to watch that all the time like that, but it ain't like that now.
Yeah, I remember there was one. It was on Friday nights, I believe, when I was just getting out of high school, and it would be SCTV, and then it would go off there, and Monty Python would come on, and it would last, till daylight, just,
Oh,
and
the Flying
I just,
Circus.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I remember Comedy Central long time ago. I mean, I'm talking back in the '90s. They did
Here's
a
here's
they did a
here's
whole
back.
weekend marathon of the Flying Circus, and I recorded every bit of it.
I see Baxter commenting down here. He's watching that fitness guy on Jay Leno. It is hilarious.
I'll have to look that up.
Well, like I say, I never watched it. I just caught the video. I guess because I saw Kramer on it. Early, he just, he gets on the rowing machine. He gets all tangled up in it, and he goes to bench press, and he's, of course, the weights slide off, and he falls. It's just one thing after another.
Yeah, he was. That's one thing I'll give him. He was a hands-on comedian.
Oh yeah, he
Yeah,
was a total physical comedy.
oh yeah.
He always had these friends that could get stuff for you.
Yeah. Are you talking about
Bob
on the show?
Sacramento.
You talk about on Seinfeld?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh gosh, yeah. He said, "Where did you get something like that?" A friend of mine got for me.
yeah. Bob Sacramento used to be for a long time. It was always his friend.
Yeah.
Then I think something happened to him.
It's been so long since I've seen. I catch snippets of the show here and there. I know.
Hmm.
I always thought it was funny though. It was a show about nothing,
Yeah, that
literally.
was a good show.
Well, that's why I
And
like some of those movies.
I liked Frank Costanza,
Oh yeah, you talk about Mad
George's
TV.
dad. Yeah,
Oh no, Frank. Oh,
George's dad.
has he passed
You
away?
know, yeah. He's the one that invented that holiday Festivus for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Instead of Christmas. he would have Festivus and had all kind of traditions. He made up for it. The feats of strength and all kind of stuff.
Now I got you said Frank. I got thinking of uh, was it Caliendo? Is that his name? The one
Oh
that does
yeah,
all the
yeah, yeah,
impressions.
yeah, yeah. He's
He's
good.
good.
Yeah.
It's like we got done. We always choose something to binge watch, and watch all the seasons and everything. And we
Hmm.
did Knight Rider. Well, Knight Rider's done, and
Right.
which is fine. I think I had enough of that cheese. And
Hmm.
now we're doing Fantasy Island. And man, I haven't watched that since I was a kid. And
Yeah.
it's funny because one of the guest stars they had was Rich Little, and I told her I said I don't
Oh
think I've
yeah,
ever
yeah.
I told her I said I don't think I've ever heard him talk normal
Right.
because he's always doing somebody else.
Right.
But no, he didn't do any voices. But it was weird watching him talk normal. So you're just not used to hearing it. Like, come on, man, do a Nixon or something. I mean,
Yeah, he did Nixon all the time.
oh yeah. But it's interesting to see the different people and especially that one episode had Artie Johnson on it, and I was trying to think, laugh in, that's it, laugh in.
Right.
So, very interesting.
Yeah.
I was thinking, man, because she'll tell you if I see somebody on a TV show, the old ones that we're binge watching, it drives me nuts till I figure out who it is.
Right.
And I'll start looking up the cast for that episode or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, that guy was in this, and then oh yeah, okay, now I remember. But that
Hmm.
drives me nuts. I mean, until I can figure out who it is. I don't know.
Right.
I'm just wired like that. So I know that person. What were they in?
Hmm.
What I hate is when you can't find where they were in. It's like I know I've seen that person before. Where?
Right. Yeah, I had a friend that, anytime I would mention somebody like that, he knew this site on YouTube that would, it had the name of everybody that ever been. He could find it. I'd be on the phone talking about something like you're saying. He'd immediately come up with it, who he was, what he had been in.
I was getting hot.
I think that Caliente guy is an absolute genius.
Who's that?
Caliente there,
Oh
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
that's
Frank
he,
Caliente.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh my God. I mean, he does that one sports. He's like an ex-coach or something, you
John
yeah,
know.
John Madden.
John Madden.
Don
Yeah.
Madden. Oh, he makes me laugh. He makes me laugh when he does Don Madden. Oh my God, the
Oh
guy's great.
yeah. He constantly gets requests for John Madden.
Oh yeah. Well, he does them so well.
Yeah.
You closed your eyes, you
Even
think
though
you swear it was
even
John
even
Madden.
though John Madden's been gone for so long, they still ask for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He
Who
does
else
a
did
really
he?
he does a good Bush too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was going to say it was a president. It was a president. It was Bush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, he got
Yeah.
his start on Mad TV.
What was that word he came? Hey, Valentine. They get a strategery. That was the word Bush came up with. And that's what he used to always, when he did his Bush impression, he would always hit him with
Yeah.
that strategery.
Yes.
Crazy.
And he had the facial down too perfectly. But he did. There's other stuff. There's other ones he does too, though. But I was watching a thing on YouTube the other day. Was I mean, they weren't that great, but it was people on Saturday Night Live doing impressions of people who's right there with them.
Right.
Doing an impression of the actual star, and the star is sitting beside him, and they're having a conversation with each other, and all that, and it ends up cracking the star up because they're just. But some of them I just didn't think was that good. They were able to make
Right.
an impression. The best one was whatever her name is that did uh her name from Alaska, um,
Oh, Sarah Palin.
Sarah Palin. I mean, she had her down to a T.
Oh, yeah,
I can't remember her
absolutely.
name, but she was the
Uh,
best one of
T-
all of them that I saw.
Tina Fey.
Tina Fey, that's it.
Yeah,
Of course, I wasn't watching Saturday Night Live by that point. I did,
right.
once uh, I think I quit watching it after the '90s with Wayne's World and all that went out, and they went on their own and stuff like that. Dana Carvey and all that. That's when I quit watching it. And I was just like, this is stupid.
Hmm.
But man, Eddie Murphy, though, was just,
Oh, he was funny, man.
especially when he did, what was it? Uh, well, not Little Richard, but
James Brown
James
in the
Brown
hot tub.
in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Hi.
And Buckwheat, he was good. When I remember when Buckwheat they assassinated. I don't remember if he died, but they shot Buckwheat. And they interrupted, it's like this fake interruption in all the news channels. Buckwheat's been shot, and they would
Yeah.
show they show it all in slow motion.
What was the one he did where they did a commercial for Buckwheat's record, and he was
I
singing
never
all
saw
the
that one.
hits. The 1, 2, Pete
Oh yeah,
Friday.
yeah. Yeah, he saved that show during that period. I mean, they had gotten so bad. He was the only one that was any good, really.
I what? No, there was some on there, but I just always thought it was funny that uh, there were so many uh, catchphrases from that show that I remember
Hmm.
back then. I mean, everybody was using the different catchphrases and stuff
Yeah,
because
especially when they just started out, you know,
that's what made
the
it funny.
first few years.
Especially when Dana Carvey did the church lady.
Hmm.
Well, no, isn't that special?
Church lady.
And who did that? I wonder. Who could it be? Satan? Oh man, it's too funny. Chris Farley.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chris Farley was good. Hilarious.
Living in a van down by the river.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was a disturbed individual, though. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
he was really just out there.
Yeah, he was determined to imitate John Belushi right down to the way he died, you know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who it was that was talking about him, and he was even telling him back then. He says, "Man, he says you got to stop." He says, "Because
Oh yeah.
you're not going to live if you don't stop, dude." I'm trying to think who it was. It was one of the guys off Saturday Night Live back then, um, but yeah, but he was like just all he would do was party.
Yeah.
That's all he did.
Yeah.
And he kept telling us, "Dude, you got to slow down, man." I mean, because he wouldn't even
Mhm.
sleep.
Yeah.
I thought,
I can't remember who it was, but they said, he'd be calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning. Hey man, come on over here, dude. I'm
Hmm.
sleeping.
was it John Candy? Maybe.
No, it wasn't John Candy. It was somebody who was on the show with him. John Candy was on SCTV.
Oh, you're
Uh,
right. You're right.
yeah,
I miss John Candy. I really do.
yeah.
Yeah, he was funny.
He just seemed like a nice guy.
I'm
Uncle
trying to think
Buck.
who it was, but I mean, but the guy was talking about how Chris was always giving people stuff and everything. Is that he was the nicest guy to be around, but he was just a partier, and he said he would
Yeah.
just never slow down. And it's like, and eventually it got him.
Yeah, he had a problem with this, because the only thing, he felt like the only reason they were laughing, he felt like they were laughing at him and not with him,
Hmm.
because he's fat,
Yeah,
and,
Yes.
you know,
But he made it work,
Yeah.
especially when he was doing that.
For a career, but not for his life.
Yeah, especially when he was doing that Chippendales thing with
Oh,
Patrick Swayze.
yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious.
That took some guts. You know, they really felt bad about asking him to do
Good
that,
to
you
see
know,
you.
but he did it.
Valentine, you mentioned a few months ago that you were thinking about working on a book on uh, the New Testament through a Jew's eyes.
Yeah.
Can you,
You know, I'll tell you about that. Yes, that's somewhat correct. Yes, that's right. I had mentioned about this. I had been I'd been asked to participate in translating a document which the people who asked me, I guess, were not aware that part of it was already translated. So the easy work was done. but it has the several levels of translation. What I mean is this document, this was a whole New Testament. I'd heard about it, never seen it before, and apparently it's in Cambridge University. And so, it's what, 30 miles and miles outside, or maybe that was kilometers, but anyway, outside of London. So, I even thought about maybe going up there and taking a look at the document myself. But here was the strangest thing with it. It is written in a type of Hebrew, Hebrew cursive, like I would write a check or I would write notes, in the cursive letters. And the thing was, this was written about 200 years ago, which was before the Ben Yehuda period and the other people who formalized, Ben Yehuda being the premier of that, formalized all of the Hebrew root words that would go into a modern language and things like this. And so even the alphabet was a little bit different. It took me days to figure out some of the alphabet. But what I did was I took one of their translations, and I had a translation, I don't have it close by, I'd show you, of a New Testament that was, I think done in 1991 or 92. And that was the most similar to what they had. And it was just amazing. It was amazing because when you look at it in Hebrew, and this is, I think, where I was going that day when we were talking about it. It's like it makes you realize very quickly that whoever the intended audience was Jewish, and that when they put this stuff out there, it was a little bit different in the script, and that was the only reason I got asked to be involved, was because the handwriting looks almost like my handwriting. I mean, if you saw the two, you would think, "Oh, you wrote that." But it was kind of cool. And here's the thing regarding your question. So when you see these documents in Hebrew, and you realize it was written for a Jewish audience, then you start to see things about it that maybe you didn't notice before from like a Greek or other. And my Greek is not good at all. Okay, I'm not making any funny jokes about it's Greek to me or anything, but especially Koine Greek, But it was just not good, and so I leave that to the professionals. But when I saw this stuff in Hebrew, I thought, wow, that's really fascinating, because they were counting on somebody like me reading that and understanding the background so that they could just say what they wanted to say, and you would bring that background with you. And I thought that was fascinating. And being that this document is pretty much the same as you would get if you slavishly translated from Greek into Hebrew, which Robert Lindsay back 50 years ago showed everybody. And he was the pioneer of all that kind of stuff. But he was doing that. And Robert Lindsay lived in Jerusalem and worked with amazing people, but there only one of them that I know of is still alive, David Biven. And if you know that name, you probably recognize it from he being a co-author of with Roy Blizzard of the Understanding the Difficult Words of Jesus book.
Yeah, I got that book.
So David Biven, I think, is still alive. Yeah, they wrote that book
he
40
passed
years
away.
ago. Did he pass away?
About 2 or 3 years ago. We were discussing it back when Ross was doing in after class, and James Tabor happened to be there, and I mentioned that book.
Yeah.
And James Tabor knew him real well, and somebody that was on here said that he had passed away. It's been 2 or 3 years ago. And James Tabor didn't even know that he had passed away either.
Now, are you talking about Roy Blizzard, the Professor
Dr. Roy Blizzard?
Okay, no, I knew. Actually, I found out that same time that happened. At the same moment, that was the time I found out about that.
Oh, okay.
And I was sad because I liked him. I had talked with him. I had shared thoughts and and he even had some of my artwork, so that was really sad to hear that. And but David Biven, the co-author, is still alive and lives in Jerusalem.
Yeah,
so
I remember that name.
Decided that I would take him up on an offer that he made 47 years ago to join him for coffee. So I've been trying to get a hold of him so I could tell him, look, I'm going to come to Jerusalem here in a couple of weeks. Let's do that coffee thing you talked about. And I know he'll say, what? But anyway, I do want to see him, and we'll see what happens. I'll let you know. But anyway, this book, this New Testament. So I've been looking through this thing and different areas of interest. I wanted to satisfy the interest of the people who asked me. So I looked up some of the things that they wanted, because there's just, I think they want the whole thing translated. I don't have enough time to even do my own work, let alone this kind of a project. And so I said, well, just give me some time. I'll find these key things you're looking for, and I'll give you something that'll help you to decode this so that you can, you're not bound to wait for me or anybody else. I like self-empowerment stuff. So, I said, let me look at this for a while. And then it was a weird couple of months. My wife had emergency surgery on her eye, and she had a hole in her retina and weird stuff, but it's all working out. They fixed that. And I had some back issues, which I've been dealing with. And so everything's okie dokie. But the document is fascinating. And I will share some of the stuff with you guys in the future. And what I'm looking at, and what Angel was referring to, is that this document's open for anybody. So I thought, this is really interesting. But when I saw some of these, we'll say verses, when I saw some of these verses, I thought, I haven't seen the kind of commentary on it that I would expect to see. I've seen from no one. No one has commented the way that I thought they should comment. And I wasn't disappointed. Everybody comes to it in their own perspective, and that's fine. That's what it's about. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a professor. I'm not a rabbi. But I know enough about this stuff to where when I'm looking at it, it's fascinating. And so I thought, I'm gonna go through, and I'm gonna take a pretty good selection of these things, and I'm going to do the translation as I was doing for these other people. And I'm also going to put my comments on it. And for whoever wants it, I'm going to put it out there. I personally feel, this is just my personal feeling, that things like that should be circulated. Things like that should go around. And if you agree with it, you agree with it. If you don't agree with it, I mean, again, I have no credentials towards that. But what I do have is decades and decades and decades of experience and reading and studying and all this together. And when I see something that just pops out at me like that, when something does that a few times in just a couple of chapters, then that gets my attention. It's like, whoa, there's something going on here. And so, yeah, I decided to do that. And so, but I'll let you guys know how that goes. And I'll also give the people that originally asked me to do this, I have, I'll give them the things that they want from it, but I'm not asking them for anything in return. I've turned down money. I don't need that. But we'll see how that goes. That still needs to be negotiated with am I even going to be mentioned? That kind of thing. But I have been sent on some wild goose chases, and we're not going to let that happen. But but the information it's fascinating. And I've probably used that word 3 times now, so I'll stop that. But it's worth looking at.
It's fascinating. I mean,
it is, though. Yes, and I have a great respect for the people who they didn't translate I don't know where this document originally came from. I have no idea, but I know that 200 years ago it appears. And the Hebrew, as I said, is the alphabet, the letters look exactly like the way I write and most Israelis write. And I was told, I think the reason I was told that I was asked to do this because it was Sephardic text, handwritten Sephardic text. Okay, and I'm Sephardic, so I said, well, okay, I'll look at it. And I did. And I was amazed, and I'm still amazed by it. But so we'll see what all comes of this. But I guarantee you that I'm going to have some comments on this stuff because it's fabulous. It just is. I'm not a Christian. It's just, but being Jewish and looking at this, I see this first century rabbi who was a very influential, inspirational, and powerful person. And there's some other things going on that I've never heard anybody say, ever. Now, some of it, I did ask people like Roy Blizzard years ago, like 30 years ago, I asked him about some concepts. And he said, oh, that might just be a little too Jewish for our listeners. He had a thing called the Quest or something like that on TBN at the time. It was, I think you can find it on YouTube, but it was really good. But he was a very nice man, and he was very kind to me and very patient. And I'm not a know-it-all. Matter of fact, if I don't feel something solid, I won't mention it at all. And I'll look it up. And as some of you know, I'll either find where these things are stated, or I won't say them because that's not right. And no one should do that. My opinion. But anyway, so I'll let you know how that comes along, because I can see that this document is fascinating. And I mean, it's all 4 Gospels. It's I'm not as interested in the writings of Paul, but I don't. That's just me. Okay, but
Yeah,
but
me too.
it's just me. I'll leave it at that. And but it has the Book of Revelation in it, and I'm trying to think. There was some other. I think all of the books of the New Testament, the canonized New Testament, that the Catholic Church had, that they're all in there. And It is absolutely outrageous and it's again fascinating.
Hey, Valentine,
Yes.
welcome, by the way, and
Good
thank
to
you for
see you.
sharing. This sounds so interesting. Couple of things. One,
Yes.
I think you told us at the outset, but I missed it. What is
I'm
the
sorry.
origin of this document?
Uh,
Something about Cambridge? Did you?
yeah, it's in Cambridge, but the origin, though, see, it showed up there. I think, if unless I'm going to find out for sure, but I'm going to just tell you
Okay.
what I think about it is that it was found in Geniza, which, if you know, Geniza is a burial
Yes.
place for
Yes. Right.
documents
Hmm.
because you can't just tear it up or throw
Right.
it away. It has to be buried like a person because it has the soul of
Hmm.
Torah,
Sure.
even if it's written about the New Testament. So this was found apparently there. That was the sources that it was drawn from. And then somebody 200 years ago uh, took the time and had it put into a more modern Hebrew script. So instead of having the block letters like we would read if we were reading a Hebrew sign anywhere here, you
Mm.
had the handwritten letters. Well, fortunately, because the handwriting looks so much like mine and many other people,
Mm.
thousands of people, maybe millions, here in Israel, you just look at it, and some things are kind of interesting. Like there's some letters that I wasn't familiar with, and I had to figure out that they were combinations of certain letters. And so when these two letters appeared in a word together, they used this kind of made up letter. I'll call it that. You know, they had their own little invention for a couple of letters, and so it was fascinating. Uh,
Mm.
that's the last time I'm gonna say that. I did that one for a smile. Anyway,
Oh,
but
that's okay. If it's
Fascinating.
fascinating, it is, right, Angel?
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I have thought for a long time, in all seriousness, that if people interested in the New Testament could understand the background of
Yes.
the actual background of what was happening, what would happen in the daily life of these people, that they're mentioning highlights that are beyond daily life most of the
Mm.
time. And if people could understand that, and um, even add, not that you're going to add to the story that's written there, but if you could understand that you could add another 75% just knowing the daily stuff that these people would be doing, you
I think
know?
that's what James is doing.
Sure. And
But
and
he
if you
did
could
that
do
in
that,
his Mary book,
yeah, exactly. Good thing.
Mhm.
When I first started talking with your brother a few years ago, I even told him that at one point I was actually working on a book of Mark. Now I've long since
Mm.
abandoned that because after I hit my head, my ability to write changed, and after that, everything
Uh,
came out like a poetry. So a number of years later, I just quit trying to write prose and went to poetry. So
mhm.
that's even better because then if somebody doesn't like it, I'm like, okay, so you don't like my poetry, so what?
It's just a poem, huh? It's fascinating.
Yeah, yeah. But
By
this
the
will
way,
be
I
word
wanted
for
to tell
word
you
translation.
about
Yeah.
Roy Blizzard. Uh,
Yes.
a very good friend of mine for, oh my goodness, close to 40 years maybe, um, was my first Hebrew teacher. And he was
Wow.
a friend of Roy Blizzard, went to UT, was a very, very close to Roy Blizzard. And he taught me Hebrew with a Southern accent.
He
Um,
had that.
I don't
Oh
know if
boy,
any of
yeah.
you are friends with him, but he's fascinating. His name is Andy Garza. Um,
Oh,
and
that's the fellow who's I'm sorry, I don't want to
he's
interrupt you,
putting,
but
no, he's putting together, he
yeah.
has all of Roy Blizzard's old cassette tapes. He
Mm,
is listening to them and transcribing them and going to put out a series of books um,
wow.
of Roy's teachings.
That
So
is awesome. He's
But
also the contact person for, apparently now it's done now, but until March of this year, I think they were raising money for for some the tombstone for Roy Blizzard. They were,
okay, it
and he
probably
was the
was
contact person for that. And
Andy. Yeah, he's a great guy. He just, however, had um, a really big interruption in his life. His fiance passed away
oh,
a couple of
that's
weeks ago, and
horrible.
he's pretty devastated and broken right
I
now. But
guess
he'll
so.
he'll get back up. That's just the way he is. So,
Okay.
but I wanted to let you know because I know you loved Roy, and
Good
Andy
God.
Andy did too.
You know, I
So,
used to correspond with these people by actual writing, like in letters, because you call them, it was a long distance, and maybe you get them, maybe it's a good time, maybe not, and like for sure, Robert Lindsay, he lived in Jerusalem, and some of these other people, they just were far away, and you could get their addresses, they would give you their addresses, and you could write to them, and I did, and they would write back to me, and they were very kind, um, and not just people like that, but other people, some people may or may not have heard of, and I was a teenager when I started, and they were very kind people, and they took the time and their generosity, and they sent me letters back and explained things. And, I, it's just what wonderful people. If they can take the time to do that 47 years ago, then I can take the time to do the stuff that I'm doing and put it out there for people too, because it's the right thing. While I'm saying that, let me also say, why are we all here? We're here because something about the story of these people touched us. I'm paraphrasing, okay? Obviously, that's everybody's got their own story. But think about that for a moment. We all kind of know about things like, well, it says that in one day people will go and touch the hem of a Jewish person and ask them to teach them Torah and all that kind of stuff. Well, so a few years ago, I started asking myself, well, how is that going to work if these people won't talk to you? How are you going to get answers to Torah or Tanakh, or if somebody's interested in Talmud, which, I don't know why, but if they are, who is going to answer this? Because this Haredi group won't even talk to me most of the time, maybe in the winter when I'm wearing more than shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, but certainly not. My wife just laughed at me because she knows how that story goes. Anyway, but the thing that I believe with all of my heart is that Hashem has a place for everybody here. So I'm saying you, everyone here, me, everyone. Hashem has a plan, some kind of thing for everybody to do, but you sometimes need answers, and you need concrete stuff. Well, the only way you can get that is when people put this stuff out there and make it available. So that's what I've been working towards doing. And of course, we've had some interruptions with wars and conflicts and craziness, a lot of which we don't even talk about, but it happens, and
yeah.
life goes on. But it's really important, and I believe that the stuff that I've read recently in some of these documents would help people tremendously. I have no doubt,
I
and
would
so I'm gonna
love,
put
can
it
I
out
just
there.
put this out there? I would love to read your perspective on that New Testament, or the New Testament that we currently have in the Bible, because you have shared so many interesting viewpoints from that have given us a different
Different.
perspective
Yeah.
on the New Testament that we actually have today, um, that has just broadened our understanding of who Yeshua was, who his disciples were, and their relationship. I mean, that just, I mean, that has just like been tremendously helpful, and I know that a lot of
Absolutely.
other people would as well. So I want to encourage you to please write that book.
I will. And I'll tell
Yes,
you
do.
what, when I get enough material, it doesn't even have to be in book form. I'll just give it to you, all of you who want it, in whatever, substantial amounts come at a time. And I will have some time to continue working on this soon. I hope my wife's eyes don't have any more problems. But and my back's feeling better. I've been swimming. I've been swimming for a month, 4 days a week. And so it's
Good for
good for my
you.
tan and good for my back, and I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you
But
look all nice and healthy. You have a
thank you.
nice tan.
I do. It's
You
yeah.
do.
I mean, it's unbelievable. But I'm not burning, so that's good. Anyway, but I will share those things with you. I think they're tremendously important. And the one thing that I can tell you right off the bat that seems worth telling you right now is that when I look at that, there's no doubt in my mind that the people who wrote these things originally, and I know that they've been edited and stuff like that, but when they wrote this stuff down, their audience knew what was going on. Their
Yeah,
audience was doing, getting up and saying the Shema, and they
right.
were doing their prayers. They had festivals. The 3 festivals they would attend, and maybe or maybe not some other things, and it was this was their yearly cycle of life and living. And I know that I'm not interested, as I said, in money, but I am interested in at least sharing a viewpoint that I haven't seen. I just haven't seen it, and I don't get around as much as a lot of people, and I don't. I mean, I know a handful of people now that are current. Your brother, I think he's fabulous, Ross Nichols, but I don't go to a lot of. I don't go to things. I don't. I mean, I study Torah, but when I see something like this, I think, wow. I mean, they're really laying hard on the fact that the people who were the original audience understood the same perspective that I look at it and say that. So, I mean, they were coming from the same perspective is what I mean. And when you
That's one
do
thing.
Right.
that, it just opens up. It's
It
unbelievable.
does. It does, and that's one thing that I addressed in the way restoring righteousness is because our understanding of righteousness has drifted over the years, and it is not the understanding that the people in the time of Yeshua and the people before him understood righteousness.
I
And
would agree.
I really think the whole New Testament has been distorted like that. And I would love to have the Jewish perspective on it because Yeshua was a Jew.
It is absolutely
Mm.
important to me to get this out there, as I just told you, and I will do that. I mean, God forbid anything happen, but
And I don't care if it's written in poetry.
no,
Yeah.
that won't be, because I can talk about that and I can go line for line if I need to. I'm just saying with my own personal writing. I wrote a book on prayer in 2013 and I copyrighted it. I mean, somebody could probably look it up at the archives of the what was the copyright office. I can't think of. I'm so tired today.
Library of
Uh,
Congress, and I don't know.
Library of Congress.
Library of
That's
Yeah.
it.
Library of
Congress.
Yeah.
Congress, yeah.
So 2013 in October, I got my copyright on it, and it was called um, uh, Practical Application, Divine Application. That's what it was called, and it was
Wow.
the idea of looking at uh, ancient and modern Hebrew prayer, and that's all it was about. But as I was writing it, I mean, I had, it was 2 years after I'd fallen. I had some problems with even with my speaking at the time. And so, but I wrote this pretty quickly. So it would just be like one flow of thought. And I like it even to this day. I never published it,
Is
but
it
the people,
available? Is it available?
No, because personally, I turned it over to some people that were ministers, people that were rabbis, people that were Jewish, people that were non-Jewish. The non-Jewish people didn't get it because it was written mostly about taking taking a less formal approach to daily prayer in the Hebrew perspective. So, like the Shema, the Amidah, these kinds of things that are like, pardon me, I'm sorry, everyday prayers. I went through it and I said, look, you know, kind of the way I would anything. Look, yeah, this is great to have this, but let's just look at some real basics to it. It doesn't have to be complicated. What if you
No.
don't? What if you're not? What if you're Ashkenazi and you're not Sephardic? And do you bow this way? Do you do that? Let's get past all of that and
Right,
let's just
right.
look at the basics of the prayer. And that's what it was about. And none of the non-Jewish people that read that and looked at it for me, they couldn't even understand where I was going with it. So I laced it with the Amidah and those essential prayers that I'm talking about, and they still didn't get it. So I thought, okay, when I have time, sometime in the future, and now it's 13 years later, maybe I'll do something with it. But as of now, I haven't. But that's okay. That's okay. There's enough books on
that would
prayers,
be
you
a
know.
great project, Valentine.
It would be, because I think it'd be helpful.
We'd love it. You know, I taught a class to non-Jewish women for a number of years. The very first class I taught was called Wrapping Our Days in Prayer.
Ooh,
and I like that idea because it's from the morning to the Shema to the night to the bed. I mean, you know, you wrap your days in prayer. You begin that way, all through the day, and at the end, it's like you're wrapped in prayer. And I loved teaching that class. And you know, I have notes, but I never really put it in a book form. I mean, I never really put it in book form. But I was just reminded the other day, something came up on Facebook of, it was a picture of me no, I wasn't in it. My two dogs, who were my little encouragers, and my open computer and my desk full of books, with the title that, you know, that I was working on. And I did that for a number of years. And then that went on to, you know, teaching about the festivals and the new moon and all of that. So,
see, this is fabulous. This is good
and, you know,
stuff.
my brother, not brother-in-law, my son-in-law, I think I sparked something in the family because my family is all Christian. I'm the only weird one. And my brother, but he's not Jewish, of course. But anyway, I think they must have all been talking about me or something. I'm not sure. But somebody said, and my daughter recounted the conversation, well, you know, Jesus was Jewish. And he goes, I mean, And you know, the interesting thing is I'm going to these exercise and balance classes every day now to try to improve my agility, my balance, my bones, and all of that. And I am taking his mother.
Oh,
and we've talked a little bit. I mean, she's still very much into Jesus, and he's the light, and he's her whatever. But I did say at one point, because she was had some questions, and I said, you know, Jesus was Jewish, right? You know that. She goes, oh, yes, I know that. So maybe, who knows? Who knows what effect I'm having? I don't know. They probably all think I'm an infidel. I don't know. So,
oh, no. They can see the Spirit of God in
Jesus
you.
was a Christian.
Pardon? What you say?
Jesus was a Christian.
Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. But
You know what though? I'm not telling you anything because you know exactly. When you have family, I have family. I have family that are certainly not Jewish. They're Christian. I mean, they're heavy duty people. Some of them were Pentecostals way back. I mean, I think all of them are gone now. But
Yeah.
on my dad's side, because we got Cherokee, we got these people that were like holy whatever revival people, and
Right.
that's interesting stuff. But I think that I think that people like you, Betty, let's say, you will find yourself kind of standing alone at times. All you really want to do is speak the truth, help people,
Right.
share good stuff, and you will feel alienated. It's just that way. And I wish there was anything I could say that was different than this, but it's just the truth. And
It
it,
is. It is. It's
it's
okay.
just going to have to be all right, you
But
know?
some of my cousins have actually put likes and loves on my Shabbat posts,
Oh,
on
that's
my
sweet.
Shabbat Shalom post, and just a few of the things that I've written. And
Yeah.
it kind of has surprised me because they're very, very Christian, mainly Church of Christ and
Ah, yeah.
Baptist,
Okay.
very fundamental. But anyway,
You know,
I,
go ahead.
There
Sorry.
is a
Go ahead.
strong movement, or that has been in the last 15 years in the
yes,
Christian church towards roots. And I think that creates a good, what is the word? Basement foundation for some mutual understanding.
right. Well, my friend, I just call her name's Sandy. She's the other granny. I mean, we both have this, we have shared grandchildren. Um, Her son and my daughter got married, but I was telling her a little bit about James, and I just mentioned something about earlier in his life, he taught himself Hebrew and Greek, and he's also always been just interested in learning and knowing and connecting to God. And I said, he and a bunch of his friends actually uh, took a trip to Russia and passed out Bibles. And at a time, it was really scary. They had a couple of close calls. But she looked at me and she said, "You mean Bibles? The Bible?" I said, "Yeah." It's like she had a hard time believing. She says, "Well, how in the world did your brother go from passing out Bibles to becoming Jewish?" And I said, "Oh, he's not Jewish. I'm the one who's Jewish." And I said, "And Jesus was Jewish and he taught in the synagogue." And then I just shut up because she was kind of, "Oh, okay. Yeah, I know." So I thought that's enough for today. We'll see what happens next.
Careful.
You know what though? It's that way. It's like some some people. Well, people have to be wherever they are. Wherever you are is probably where you're supposed to be.
Yeah,
And then you're on a journey. Everyone's on a journey, and
right.
uh, and the kind, good Christian people who just want to learn about who Jesus is or was, or however, the teaching is, and that's the great thing about it. The Torah and the teaching of a rabbi, a great rabbi, it is. It never was. It is. So it can be for now, today, and just like then. And I'm not trying to
Yep.
misquote or paraphrase Jesus himself,
No.
but there's a lot about that. And so people like you or me or anybody else who would take these words by a sage, by a rabbi like this, and be able to look at them as close as we can to the audience that he would have had when he spoke. Well, now you're getting somewhere because now people can kind of relate to these things, and you find little things, even little things that
Right.
just kind of explode and like, whoa. And it's like you're looking at something in 3D and you realize, wow, that somebody didn't see that. I mean, somebody must have seen that. I mean, they kept this stuff alive when it was against the law in the first,
That's true.
270
Yeah.
years, Uh, anyway, without all that, I'm just saying that is hard, and it is hard with for you, for anybody probably who has something more than the standard status quo, fits between here and here,
Yeah.
idea. If you're outside, I've always been outside the box. I don't even know what the box looks like anymore. But if you're outside the box, it's a whole other world. Now, it's been so
I've been
long.
outside the box too, even the
Yeah.
whole time I was married to my Church of Christ preacher. And it was tough to be, I had a role I had to fulfill. And I kind of felt like I was on eggshells, but I didn't know. I just knew there was something missing, and I didn't know, I couldn't figure out what it was. But I read a book years ago called Your God is Too Small. I don't remember the author, but I thought, you know what? That's the whole idea. We put him in a box. And if he's in a
Ooh,
box, then we're in a box, right?
wow.
Because
That's interesting.
that's what that's what we've done to him. We put him in a box and we get right in there with him. And that's sad. It's very sad. But when people ask me, well, why did you convert or why did you whatever? I just said, well, Jesus was my first rabbi. And their mouths go,
Wow.
oh, I said, yeah.
That's pretty heavy. I like that. I
So
like
that's
that.
my standard. And the next time I talk to Sandy and she unloads a heavy question on me, I think that's going to be my answer. So we'll see. You
You
know,
know, I,
uh,
I figure what do they aspire to? They want to be close with God, right? I
that's
mean,
true.
it seems like it. Uh, there might be a few people who want to just be control freaks and, they whatever. Okay, but most people, they just want to be close to God. Well, I can absolutely appreciate that. And I guarantee you, I will do everything I can do to help people feel close to God. If something I say resonates or they like
Right.
it or feel connected in some way, even a different way, maybe they don't even agree with me, but it somehow inspires some thinking, good. That's good.
But the hardest thing for me is, and it was hard for me at the time to separate God from Jesus. It's like I use them interchangeably. Um, you say the Lord this, the Lord that, the da 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 da, because the Hebrew acronym, Yod He Vav He was changed to Lord. And so Lord has a different connotation. And
Right. And
people,
that
when they read
Adonai
Lord,
is used, but yeah,
Jesus,
you don't know that where
yeah.
you're looking. Yeah, right. I
And
see
so
what you're
it's
saying.
confusing. And that was mind boggling for me. And I
Okay.
had headaches, migraine headaches. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. And I worked through it. And it's hard. But oh my goodness, I look back and I say, thank you.
There
Thank you,
you go.
Hashem, for
Yeah.
bringing me to this place. I
To
still
this
don't have the
place.
answers, but hey, I'm still asking questions every day because I want to
Good.
know.
That's great. I tell you what, I love it because I was so unorthodox. I was uncouth. So unorthodox. I used to go to
You?
oh man, it was pathetic. I lived in Venice, California, and I would attend this shul. And I mean, nobody was dressed the way I was dressed. And I wasn't doing it to aggravate or irritate anybody, but that seemed to be the end result most of the time. But I definitely wanted to learn. I mean, I had a right to be there. I didn't have to explain myself or anything. And the rabbi said I was okay. So there we go.
There
And
you go.
yeah, and the thing is, just you want to learn. You just want to you just want to know, and you could spend your whole life that way. And if I spend my whole life doing that and I have some unanswered questions, okay. But I tell you what, the stuff that Jesus talks about, there are very few unanswered questions. If you can see it from as a rabbi, if you can
Yeah.
see his words from Jewish perspective, there is not a whole lot that you can't figure out. I mean, it's pretty straightforward stuff, and that's the thing that gets missed, unfortunately. My
That's true.
perspective, but or my view on that. And I'm not always right, of
Right.
course, but
I got a question that's maybe a little bit off current topic, but I think probably this is the forum that is best. Everybody here knows I've got dementia. My abilities are kind of mostly bye-bye. I spent 2 years on the words, I forget the Hebrew words, but it was either like come near or come close. And it's
Karav,
used,
come near, draw
yeah,
near.
and it's used in, I don't remember, maybe half dozen places, maybe more. I don't remember. I looked up everywhere it's used and how it's used, etc. And I can't remember the words in order to find it again.
Ah, yes, I get what you're saying. That's something that, okay, but that word karav, to come close,
Can you
or
spell it?
yeah, sure, sure. Do you want me to spell it in Hebrew? Or you want me to spell it in English? You want me to
I
spell? I'll
can't.
spell it in
My
English.
Hebrew is mostly gone.
Okay, all right. So let's say K A R A V, Karav. Okay,
Thank you.
to come close, to draw near. And you can look that up in any kind of, you could look it up on Google Translate, and
Right.
it'll come up that way.
Yeah.
And it was also used in correlation with a sacrifice and going to the temple. Now you go aliyah means to go up, so they would go aliyah to the temple, but then they would come near the place where the sacrifices were made. And so you'll see that word in combination with that. But really, it's talking about coming near to Hashem, your soul drawing near.
Yeah.
Your soul's connected at a level which is beyond what we're talking about here, but you come close, you draw near, you want that, you crave that, which sounds like crave and karav, but it's not the same. But
Well, not
you
only that,
want
but
that.
it's something that with dementia is actually even like stronger because we're losing words. But God doesn't require words.
No.
And
Right.
it, like I saw with my grandmother, her relationship with God got much, much closer in those last 3 years. When she had very few words. And it's something that some of my friends, they'll say, help me, I forgot how to pray.
Oh.
Or, some of those things. So I've written about it and I've tried to, and made paintings about it, but I keep forgetting the words that went with it. So thank you very much.
And I'm sorry because I did not know you had dementia, and you don't sound like you have any level of dementia. And I'm not a doctor, but I mean, you sound good. And I hope that word helped you. And you know what? I like your approach to it, and I've used that myself. Fortunately, in Hebrew, the words are so few. I mean, to say a whole sentence, you really only have a couple of words. And really, it's kind of pretty neat, pretty cool stuff when you think about it, because this little thought, this little idea is all that's needed. And even all these fancy orator, beautiful, composed, poetic, almost. I don't need that. It's just a very simple thing. Like you're just saying that karav, in Hebrew say ani karav. Ani mean me, I.
Me.
I come close. Or ani rotse,
I want.
karav. I want to come close. Tzurek, ani tzurek karav. I need to come close. So and see just a couple little words and you're there. What is prayer? You got it right there in a few little words.
But true. I think, and I think Valentine will probably concur. You have something that a lot of people don't have, and that is called kavanah.
Ooh, very
Kavanah
nice.
is your intent. I like to say your heart's intent. I just added that to it, but I just think it's your wholehearted it's just your wholeheartedness to do something. And God recognizes that. Hashem recognizes that in you. You don't have to have the words. You can just lift up your hands
There you
and
go.
say, Ani Karav, Ani Rotseka, whatever.
Yeah.
Even if you can't remember the words, it's in your heart and in your
There you
mind,
go.
and He knows them. And I think that's beautiful. And I love your paintings. They just go right into my spirit. I mean, they're beautiful.
Thank you.
So, and like Libby said, thoughts paint pictures, and a picture's worth 1,000 words. I love that.
Oh, thank you, Libby.
Yeah.
Okay. In the writing over here, because I was trying to read that, and in Todd and Angel said in Paleo Hebrew said as a gathering, a drawing of a person into the house. Yeah,
I used
yeah.
to really enjoy
Karav,
studying
a
Paleo Hebrew.
bite. Yeah.
It gave so much insight.
It's pretty amazing. You're talking about like the old ancient one, the
Yeah.
old Paleo
Yeah.
Hebrew, where you've got symbols and
The old
Yeah.
oh my
Phoenician
gosh,
style,
that
yeah.
stuff is
Yeah,
amazing.
the original languages were all in pictures. All of them
Yeah.
were in pictures. So, and we think in pictures also. So it makes sense when you look at a work, especially the Hebrew words. They just it it really brings you to the heart of what that word means.
hmm
Like the kuf would be like the drawing of the light, the
Ooh.
sun, the head, um, and the resh is the head,
Yeah, Rosh. Yeah.
and the um, the bait is the house. So
Yeah.
drawing into the house, that's just.
That's
I
it.
mean, it just gives me chills.
It does.
Really really
It's
does.
it's amazing when you see and who's the guy? Brenner, is his name Brenner? The guy
Better,
who
yeah.
Oh
did
yeah.
okay. I saw him years ago. I think something happened. I haven't seen him in a while. But
Oh, he's still
online, like,
active.
yeah,
He's
oh
still active
good.
on YouTube.
He's a very cool guy. He looks like Daniel Boone or something. He just looks like a big what do they call it? Big strapping guy, you know.
And
And
who
Older
is
guy.
he? I missed who you're talking about.
um,
Daniel
I'm
Brenner.
Jeff Brenner.
David Jeff
David
Brenner.
Brenner.
Jeff Brenner,
Jeff Brenner, yeah. Yeah, and he's got some really good stuff. I've seen it. I actually have a couple of his books, and I read his stuff, and I was very impressed. I even told him so. It's like that's good stuff, and nobody was saying things like that. I mean, I think he has or more of an audience than a lot of people with that kind of thing. It was fabulous, and I really he has what's it called, the mechanical translation of the Torah, and he starts with Bereshit.
Really, the whole thing now?
Well, okay, I might
I mean,
be
I
wrong with
haven't
that.
seen
I've got
anything
that
from
book.
him for years.
He's
Okay.
on YouTube.
He's on YouTube, but he's got a website. You could look it up very easily. If you find him on YouTube, you can find his website, and you can see all of the books. And I think he's got it where you can buy it on PDF, and which is very affordable. And I've seen the Bereshit, I've seen Genesis, and I looked at that whole thing. That was really good, by the way. And I thought that he had more. I thought he had the whole Torah, or maybe he was working on that at the time. Maybe that wasn't even for me to say. Maybe that's just something that he. Okay, so but I know he has Genesis, and so sorry if I gave misleading information about him. He's a good guy. And
Isn't that odd that there's three of us in this little group that have pursued that aspect?
I've got that book, that Bible, Torah of his. It's
you do? Okay.
yeah, it's got the English and then the Hebrew and the transliteration. It's
Yeah.
he but one of the things he said that I'll never forget is how when Abraham would be laying in his tent during the day, looking up at the tent, the sun piercing through those little small
the holes
openings,
in the
he's
tent.
like looking at
It
the
doesn't rain.
stars,
Right.
I never, it just that stuck with me.
They still
'Cause
have the Bedouins still use those as tents, just like
Mhm.
that, exactly as he described, which may be where he got the idea. I don't know, but he described it exactly. And having been in a few of those things, it's an amazing thing to think of living that way. I much rather have my air conditioner and a locked door. My door could take a bomb blast. It really could. I could show you sometime. It has it looks like fingers that come out and go into these little separate things on the top, bottom, and they say it can keep from 2-3 people could try to kick it in, and I've seen one broken into, and it took them hours, and so I believe it. So I'd rather have that in my air conditioner instead of the tent, but it sounds very romantic and beautiful, when it's described. People still live that way.
Back then, they didn't really have a choice.
No, they did not. You got a good understanding from where to keep your goats and other animals, and how far to keep the tent from it, and which direction to face it so that you get breeze and yeah, it's a whole science to it. And the Bedouins still use.
One thing they don't emphasize much either is that, like the man and the woman would each have separate tents. Like Abraham would have a tent and Sarah would have her tent,
Yeah, right. Yes.
Like they would talk about he would go into her tent or vice versa,
Yes.
And
there are various
Jeff
reasons.
Renner he's under it's been a long time since I've seen anything. I used to watch his stuff and buy his books quite a bit when I was first, learning Hebrew, because he had a different take on everything,
He does. He does have a different take on it. And there's some things that I disagree with it, but it doesn't matter. It's not important, and I can always tell. I could always tell when friends from different parts of the country would contact me and they would ask me questions about well, what about this headband that the priest would wear, and he would bow down, on the Holy of Holies, and his face, his head would touch the dust, and it would leave an imprint, and it says it's like a seal, which would be backwards, and all this. Man, I tell you what, I talked with several rabbis about that particular thing and some other things, and they're just, it sounds wonderful. It does. But there's some things that maybe not. I don't think so, but it's okay. It's all right. people don't always have to agree. And sometimes when people disagree, they go looking for the sources and look at the words and they dive into things. It's not a bad thing. So it's good. I mean,
I
hopefully
wanna
it's good.
I wanna ask you about this book, Valentine. It says, I'll just read what it says here on the cover. It says the Bible, the Talmud, and the New Testament.
Okay.
Rabbi Elijah, and I'm gonna butcher this, but Rabbi Elijah Zvi Soloveitchik's commentary to the Gospels.
Huh.
And he goes through all the New Testament Gospels. Now, the reason I got that book is Nehemiah Gordon and Keith Johnson were doing a series on Shem Tov's or George
Yeah.
Howard's translation of Shem Tov's Hebrew Gospel. And
Shem Tov's Hebrew Gospel.
mhm. And
Okay. All right.
but the book using the translation by George Howard, and
Okay.
you got the Hebrew on one page and the English on another. But anyway, they were doing this. I don't know if it was how many verses at a time, but they did a series on this, and he recommended buying this particular book that I just mentioned. I think that rabbi is actually related to Nehemiah Gordon. But anyway, that was so eye-opening to me when they did that, because some of his sayings, Jesus' sayings or Yeshua's sayings that we've heard over and over and over, and it's just like I'm drawing a blank. The guy in Arkansas explained explaining the difficult words of Yeshua. Roar Blizzard. It's just like it was sort of like that. It was when they would take these passages, these verses, and what they say, but then they would actually break it down as what he's saying in the context of the Torah, because that's all they had then. And that's, you could understand what Yeshua was trying to say. It would open up a whole, and so many things that made no sense, Like
Yes.
if you look at a woman, you've already committed adultery in your heart, It's
Yeah.
and they would explain, they would break that down. It doesn't
Right.
mean that at all, in the way that he's, and different things like that. It was very interesting. I mean, it really came alive to me. But there's so many people, attempting to build a New Testament from different fragments and stuff there's so much stuff in the Vatican, and they're finding things all over the world. I know one guy that, I think he's just about got one completed from different fragments that he's found all over the world. But I don't know, when Nehemiah and Keith were doing this, and like I say, and then reading this rabbi's commentary, it opens up a whole new perspective. It doesn't mean what people have always he wasn't saying what people have always commonly thought he was saying.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can you put the name of the book and the author in chat? I didn't quite understand the name of the author.
Right now.
I'd like to suggest, and I want to be real careful here because I'm not anti-Muslim or anti-Arab by any means. I actually have friends that are Arabs, and I have doctors and a couple of friends that are Muslim, and they're very good people. So what I'm about to say is certainly not trying to say anything negative about Muslims. Okay? But I want to share with you a thought about the Quran. Okay? Now, I've read the Quran. I've read it several times over the years. I first read it 30 years ago, something like that, 28 years ago. And I want to suggest to you that it does not promote the same, we'll call Jesus as you know in your Gospels. Yes, they're talking about the same person, and the information is it's amazing, and they do consider him a prophet, and as they do all of the prophets in the Tanakh and other people that are mentioned in the New Testament, a few, but it is by no means trying to suggest that the Jesus that you would find in the New Testament is the same. It's not the same teaching. I'll put it that way. And yes, it is very Semitic. And yes, because it's in Arabic and it's at least 1,300 years old. Okay, so there's some similarities that are really good, but you're finding a different person there. I just want to point that out, not to say anything negative, but just to say, be careful with that, because you can also find stuff that's very anti-Semitic as far as anti-Jewish, and most of that's in the commentary. But to Muslims, the commentary is just as much a part of Quran as the Quran, but they are the commentaries, and there are certain of the imams through the ages who have had different levels and different degrees on a gradient scale of dislike, hatred, or absolute condemnation of Jews. And you got to remember, as Todd said earlier, Jesus was Jewish. And as Betty said, Jesus was Jewish. Not was, is. When you're reading about him, he's a Jewish guy in that document. And so, but you get a different view of him in the Quran. So again, just putting that out there for whatever it's worth. And anyway, they're trying really hard these days. Some of the Muslim groups are trying really hard to make a connection, but with Christianity. They want very much to make a connection. So you feel like you're all part of the same thing. You're not. It is very and vastly different. Please be careful with that. Good people, I like them. It can get dangerous. It just can. Oral scriptures. I don't know about that. You know, the idea of the Quran and the Torah are coming in the concept of written and oral scriptures. You know, Muhammad couldn't write. He was illiterate. And this is widely known. This is not my commentary or thoughts. It is absolute. And the man who wrote the writings that are now part of the Quran were done some 30 years after Muhammad received his revelations. Take that for whatever you want. I'm not a historian, but you can easily look this information up. And there are some people that they have eye-opening information on this if you're interested. If you want, I'll even look up some names, because there are people that have, it is mind-blowing.
It's probably far beyond me. I can't even register James's books anymore. I mean,
but he's so great to listen to, isn't he?
Yes.
His voice just resonates and just goes out. You're like, I'm going to listen to that book again, you know? And I told him that. when he put that Mary book out. I read it, and then I listened to it on audio. I found myself listening to it 3 times. I told him that. Yeah.
Over the last
So
couple,
I'm not the only one. Okay.
Yeah.
over the last couple of months, though, you've been telling us your perspective, and it's really opened my understanding as far as understanding the Gospels even more. Because
That's good.
and I've always been, if I had to choose one over any of them, it'd be John, because John is very law based, very Torah based. It's also the only gospel where he says, "Don't sin again." He doesn't say that in the other 3 gospels. And but even with John, it's I can picture the scenes that's in the gospel now that I understand more of, like you said, him being a rabbi, a teacher, the master and everything. It
Yeah.
puts me more into perspective, and especially when he agitates the crowd because of what he says, and it's because they're Jewish. And here is a rabbi saying this stuff, which their rabbis don't say that stuff. And I can understand now why there's more of a row, when he starts talking.
And you just said something that was extremely interesting. So they call him master, and a lot of people say, "Well, why would they use that term?" Because before the word rabbi was even used in the first century, because it came kind of not late, but almost at the end, before even, I'm sorry, after Jesus is around, did they start calling people rabbi. So when you see that word master, that's what that means. It just means master of Torah. So it's master. And that was what they would call a lot of the earlier rabbis. And just the fact that that makes its way into Gospels, wow. I mean, that's something you wouldn't think of later and add it. That's the kind of thing that comes through it, and you're like, wow, that says something to my mind, because that's the kind of thing you wouldn't know from history until maybe the last century or something, or this century, where people understood that about the language of the first century. And it's like that speaks so much louder than all these people like the Bible's true or whatever. When you see things like that, it's like, oh, that's really coming through there. And yeah, so sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. But yes.
No,
Yes.
I just find it interesting that whenever he's speaking to a crowd and the crowd starts getting agitated, I can understand now why he's agitating them. I mean, he's not doing it on purpose, but I can see where he's agitating them now, because if they're seeing him as the good teacher and the master, and he's saying stuff that even the priests and the Sadducees don't even say, and I can see where a crowd would get worked up.
And keeping in mind that there were literally hundreds of young rabbis teaching all over Israel at the time. And many of them were saying exactly the same things as others, like Jesus. We talked about one time where Jesus sounds a lot like Hillel, from the school of Hillel, who was actually Nasi, which means like he was the president of the groups of teachers in Jerusalem, and that's documentable. And Shammai, totally opposite spectrum, totally. Not at all like Jesus would have been. But, he was actually the second leader. And even to this day, there's still the school of Hillel and the school of Shammai. They don't get along very well. Just opposite ways of looking at some of the things. But, and remember we were talking about how, like, you have a rabbi, we'll call them rabbis even before the word came into use as a common word, but their job was the same then as it is today, to judge. They were a judge. and they were there to teach these two things: judge, teach. So you have him walking into this town where apparently there was some controversy with this woman who was caught in adultery. And so you're the teacher, you're okay, you're here. So you're the authority now. You tell us what to do. That's the way it worked. And thankfully for this particular woman, as we know, he tells her, go and don't sin like this again. Don't do this sin again, basically, which is another common phrase. But, the thing was, had Shammai's disciples or some of the rabbis who had trained under him come in, there'd have been no question. Stone her. That's what it says. What are you asking me for? Just do it. You're the elders of the town. You're the ones supposed to do it. Take care of it. So it just depends on who is that person at the time. And in that story, we know how that goes with that woman with adultery. And then I think it was Libby asked one time, and I've asked the same question. Maybe it was like, where's the guy?
Yeah.
Why isn't the guy? Because you'd have to have at least two witnesses to make it valid. Where's the man they caught her with? First century, concubines, sub-wives, multiple wives. There's all kinds of stuff going on in the first century. The man just walks away, basically, is what it comes down to. The woman commits adultery in that day and age. I don't write these things. It's just what it is. You can look it up. But, and so you're seeing this, this, and you're thinking, well, wait a minute. What's going on here? Why didn't they stop him? Or did they already stone him? I mean, what's happening? Now he just slips away in the stories never talked about. But you got to have at least two witnesses, and you got to have everything in front of you before anybody's going to be stoned. That's for sure. So that's a really great story because it tells me so much more than just, this guy, he's a rabbi, he's a great guy, he comes into town, he's a teacher, and they ask him, what do we do? Yeah, it's because that's his job. You're a judge, you're a teacher, both. Mm-hmm. And those little things, it make it so real. Mm-hmm. It's amazing those things aren't considered, but that's because the Catholic Church really, I'm not making fun of anybody, not putting down Catholics, the Catholic Church made sure that the Judaism of Jesus was separated from that. I mean, probably fortunate that we even know he was Jewish, they had to leave that in somewhat. So,
the Christian, gosh, it is thundering like crazy here. The Christian Church kind of followed along with that.
Well, yeah,
of course.
I mean, when you got the sword of Damocles hanging above your head by a thread, and it's easier to say, okay, let's go this route.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you go the other route. I mean, just remember that James Wycliffe was killed in two different ways just for translating the New Testament into English. Not even 300 years ago.
Somebody, it might have been you, Valentine.
Oh, wait,
somebody
400
was
years
mentioning
ago,
something about righteousness in church, and about how people don't understand the righteousness factor, this, that, and the other. Well, that's because of Paul. Because Paul wrote that nobody is righteous, not one.
See, I would disagree with that.
That goes against Torah, because as long as you're obeying the commandments, you're righteous.
You aspire to be a tzaddik, someone who is righteous, and that's the whole thing.
Noah was righteous, and he didn't know Jesus.
Yeah.
Right.
Just like I said, I mean, you might have. I know I've mentioned this on here before, and you might have heard it, Valentine. I'm not sure, but I had stopped by the shop one day to get my paycheck. It was during snow and everything, so we weren't working. And one of the superintendents, he's from Guatemala. Well, he had his Bible opened up on his desk, and he had it to the book of Jonah. And I asked him, I said, are you familiar with the book of Jonah? He says, yeah, I am. I said, don't you think that's kind of an ironic story? He goes, what do you mean? I mean, he speaks English pretty good. He goes, what do you mean? I said, he's going to Nineveh to have them repent, right? He goes, yeah. And I said, and eventually it gets to where everybody repents and the Father saves the city, right? He goes, yeah. And I said, and they didn't need Jesus to do it. Isn't that ironic? And he didn't know what to say. He was kind of like, I was like, well, he forgave them of their sins and saved the
Yeah,
city.
but you're like hitting him square between the eyes.
Yeah,
You know,
he
with
didn't.
something.
He didn't quite know, and I
Yeah.
told him, I said, well, after I said that, I said, have a good day. I walked out of his office and went home.
Todd,
He's probably scratching his head still.
Yeah, I kind of pulled a Clody on that, and I kind of did a hit and run.
Yeah. Well, I have a question, and if it's too involved, maybe you can just write me the answer, Valentine.
Oh, okay, sure.
Regarding Shammai and Hillel,
Yeah.
is there any comparison at all between some of the branches of modern Judaism, like maybe Ashkenazi and Sephardic?
Okay, between those two,
Well, let's say between those two. Let's start there.
Okay.
I mean, just wondering.
I would say that even both of them were probably closer to Sephardic than they would be Ashkenazi, which of course came much later.
Right.
I mean, even the term Sephardic came much later. But the thing was, these people lived in Jerusalem. We're talking about 30 BCE to about right. I mean, I think Hillel and Shammai were both. They were both there at the same time, but they were heading up the court in Jerusalem up until about 14 of the first century, if I'm not mistaken. I think I can say that without looking it up and be correct. And so a lot of the rabbinic way of thinking, including John the Baptist, comes through like, it sounds very Hillel, which has room for teshuvah, to turn and repent. Is the whole,
that was
yeah. And whereas you have Shammai, he's and I hate to do this in a paraphrasing kind of way, because that's not fair to anybody. But Shammai is kind of like cut and dry. Boom, boom. That's it. It says this in Torah. This is what you do. It says that. This is what you do. And even at the time, the oral Torah was available and being talked about and shared and communicated. It wouldn't be written down for another 200 years, but it was there. And the commentary was already being discussed, and he would have none of that. Shammai was like, no, I don't care. This is what it says. Do that. You can't do that, then you're cut off. You're definitely cut off from his school, and you're cut off as Jewish, if you want to say that, or Hebrew, if you're doing these things against the Torah. Whereas Hillel would say, well, wait a minute. Okay. Just like the woman in the story with Jesus and the woman taking an adultery. Hillel would say, well, wait a minute. Maybe there are extenuating circumstances. Perhaps her husband wasn't fulfilling his conjugal responsibility. That's pretty much spelled out. And that's not brought up. But they know this. So, there's some, it's not exceptions to the rule. It's just, but wait a minute. Maybe this goes back to the husband not taking care of his responsibility. Because it wasn't just to have sex or love. It was to satisfy her while doing that. Okay. Now this is a whole other conversation, right? And without getting too graphic, I don't want to do that. But but that's the thing. And that was a factor. Shammai, no. Taking adultery, stone. That's it. So it's fascinating when you get, I like that word, obviously. I've used it 7 times today. But but it is. And you see these things and you're like, well, okay, so he saved her and he tells her don't sin. they were going to stone her to death. They already had the proof. It was already
Right.
proved by the leaders of the town. But he comes in, talking about arriving at the right moment, and he gives his opinion. His opinion, his verdict as a rabbi, a teacher, and a judge is absolute. There is nobody in town that can change that. She's going to live. And he does it in a way that makes them think it through, and makes them think,
it makes them think of themselves, like,
yes,
whoever's guilty, go on, cast the
yeah.
first
Those
stone.
of you, even if you
Go
want to
ahead.
do the straight interpretation of you without sin, okay, there's nobody without sin, all right.
Yeah.
But you without that sin is where he's going as a rabbi.
Right.
That
Right.
you without this sin, in whatever degree, you cast the first stone. Go ahead.
Mm.
You know, he doesn't live in the town. He's not going to participate anyway. I don't think that Shammai's students would have done that either. That's not up to them. They don't live in the town. There's It was the responsibility of the people of the town, based on Torah and their interpretation. Yeah, and what was it? Miriam said, "These poor women." I see what you're saying. I agree. But also keeping in mind that in Judaism, women are very powerful. I mean, you know, men have to work at these prayers. Women wake up and it's there. You know, they just step into it. It's like, okay, it's me and God. We're taking care of the world. And men are like, okay, they got to, go through, I don't know, how many prayers? A lot. This is a Siddur. It's a lot.
We take care of children who are the future generation.
There
and
you
so
go.
It probably has its basis in that,
We were made as nurturers.
Yeah.
Pardon?
We were made as nurturers.
That's it. This is big stuff. This is not just women's stuff. This is like, these are the movers and shakers of Judaism. I'm talking about women. And if there are some delusional men who want to make it sound otherwise, that's fine. That's their opinion. But they're delusional, because anybody who knows anything knows that it goes down the way the woman tells you when these things. My wife does that. And I know a lot of stuff, but I'm telling you, she'll remind me. She'll say, "Okay, don't forget, there's this is coming up in about 7 days, 8 days, whatever." It's like, yeah.
Well, Valentine, correct me if I'm wrong, but the word in Hebrew for womb, isn't that rakum or rechem?
Rechem, yeah.
Which is the root of rakamim, which means passion. So that tells you something. And
passion with a sense, it leans into some other root words that deal with a type of kindness.
NH,
it is just laced with all this. Oh man, yeah, that's a perfect one. Boy, you could spend a couple of hours.
I love that. I love, that was one of the first things I learned when I was kind of studying Hebrew a little bit on my own after my Southern Hebrew teacher. Just looking into some words and root words, and there were so many fascinating things.
I'm going to show you this because this might be helpful. Let me see. This is an older phone. This is an iPhone. There's a thing called Hebrew flashcards. Let me make sure I've got that.
Yeah.
Hebrew Flash is what it's called. It's there. And, and it's an app, and I'm sure you can still get it. And you get to, and what it does is here, I'll just show you. Okay. So, Kali, all right? So you see the word come up. It's a Hebrew root word. And then if you know what it is, you know it. But if you don't, then you tap here and then it comes up. It's a vessel or an implement. Kali. So in a way, our body is Kali to our neshama, our soul. So there you go. What's this? Okay, here's which basically means or. Let's see what we get when we tap on it.
It's light.
Yeah, or.
Right.
Well, or like gadol, large, o katan, small. So is it large or is it,
Right.
so u is like, but or like, it means like this or that, but that's what u means.
Right.
And that's the same as in modern Hebrew. You have that word every day. But this app is really good. Let's see what we have here.
What does it look like again?
It's called Hebrew Flash. Okay, so here is Yirah. So that would be having to do with like fear or afraid, maybe. Okay, yeah, here it is.
I think it's
To fear or be afraid is so Yirah. So what's really great is you can flip around there and okay, so this means the prophet, but this little part, just excuse that little part right there, and you see the word for oops, sorry, I was doing the wrong side. Neviah. Neviah is prophet, but when you have this is what's called high Hebrew, meaning like spiritual level high Hebrew. So you have tikach, Navi. So when you press down here, it'll say prophet, meaning like Elijah or one of these guys. I can think of Elijah being used this term. But anyway, it's called Hebrew Flash. It's fantastic, and it'll help you with the root words, which is the basic of all Hebrew. And you can learn so much in just a few minutes, and it saves your place. And you can go back and you can review. And then if you can't remember it, then you push the bottom and it tells you the word. Hebrew Flash. Yes.
I got a question while you're here.
Yes.
I've done a painting on the idea of harnessed passion that is harnessed for the use of God.
Okay.
That's backwards. I mean, you probably know what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Yes.
But when I share it, as soon as people see the word passion, it's
misunderstood.
I can't share it.
Oh.
So is there a Hebrew word for
or
that?
like the idea of passion, like the passion of the
that is
like
harnessed.
Harnessed passion. Okay, that's a good thought. Let me think about that for a second.
Yeah.
There's hold on, let me check something to make sure I'm right with this. Let's check something out. Yeah. One moment here. I also want to make sure my spelling is correct. Okay. So let me see something. There's a word, yeah. Okay. Lertom would be like to harness. Okay, so you could say lertom koach, the power. Okay, and you could say tom the love.
And I'm not after just power. I'm after
right. But lar, like LAR TOM, lertom, would probably, that's like to harness, to draw from, to.
Okay.
And then you could use, and then the word et, like at, like it looks like it's olive tet, but hold on, I'll write it for you.
I can't do those anymore at all.
That's okay. So anyway, my
Written
block
as,
letters are horrible,
English
but
as
anyway,
Mm.
et, because it's like a very popular word, the word that David Ben Gurion personally tried to get rid of in the modern Hebrew. But anyway,
Oh.
et, meaning the, it indicates the noun, or so that's et. And
Okay. Like Hesed Vet Amit has the V with the little apostrophe with it.
Yeah.
You're talking about the
So
V with the apostrophe.
that would be and. Like the vav that would, hold on, I'll write this 1 second.
Pronounced ve.
So when you have a vav, and let's just put it, with the apostrophe, that would be and. So this and that, the same letters for my name Valentine. It's right there on the
Yeah.
the name.
But I can't remember those. So can
That's
you spell
okay.
it in English? It's Lart.
Yeah.
Lartom, and then what?
Latom would be like to harness. That's one word, but that's a good
Okay.
word. I think you could use it. And then for what? Passion, right? Or like Latom le ha'ava would be like to harness the love. But let's go with passion. That's really good. And let's see. I'm gonna make sure I have my spelling correctly, because I don't want to misspell anything. Hishtucha, hishtucha, hitshuka. Yeah, that would work. Hitshuka. So let's say HIT, hit, SHUCH, Hitshuka. I think you could do it that way. Shuka. Yeah.
Okay, so and which one would be first?
Lartom, et, hitsuka.
Got it.
That would be like to harness. I think I'm going to think this through for a minute, because it's kind of an odd way to use it, but I think that works, to harness the passion. To you're looking at it like a transference. Like if you're talking about a visual art,
Yeah.
so you want somebody to see something, re'ah, to see it, okay, even if they see it in their mind's eye, and they draw from that, they harness that passion that you are
Thank you.
exhibiting in the piece. And before I forget, because I'm so glad we're talking about that, Re'ah, that is the parsha of the week.
Yes.
And you know
to
what's
see.
so absolutely
I didn't know that.
wonderful about that is
Yeah.
that we know that, like the Shema in Deuteronomy 6, we're all the way up to Deuteronomy 11 with this parsha. But in Deuteronomy 6, we hear Shema Israel, listen Israel, hear Israel. But now we're at Re'ah. And I mean, the whole chapter, this whole section between 11:27 or something like that, and 16, I think, chapter 16, is all about, now you need to see, Re'ah, see it. And you need to choose which path you're going to go on. I am giving you, not me, but Hashem. And Moses, through Moses, is giving the people, you are the people, I'm the people, giving the people these paths. You have to decide how you're going to do it. And whatever you decide is what it's going to be, but choose the blessings over the curses. Choose the righteousness, as Todd was talking about the Tzaddik, the doing the righteousness, Tzaddikim, which sounds a lot like Tzadikah, which is also talked about in this parsha, about giving. And as Jesus would say, he who has a good eye is blessed, and he whose eye is bad, I'll just do that. Anyway, but is cursed. And what is that? It's still used in Hebrew today. Good eye is someone who's generous, somebody who gives. You see these boxes everywhere. They're a little bit bigger than my Siddur, but you see these boxes everywhere at every single bus stop. You can put in a shekel, which is only 33 cents, 1 shekel. And you can put a shekel in there. And that's giving tzedakah. See, we always thought it was Nil Sedaka, and when he was singing, but
Tzedakah.
really his name means tzedakah, which is to give,
Cool.
to be a generous giver. And you get the blessing from that. And it's something that you would participate in daily, however you choose to do it. But that's all part of the same parsha, which I think is fascinating. And
Well,
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, go ahead.
Isn't tzedakah is the kind of, not the slang, but the way most people pronounce
Yeah,
tzedakah.
tzedakah. Yeah.
They say
So
tzedakah.
you, the tzaddik, are giving because you're a tzaddik, because you're a righteous one, and you are giving because now I know a lot of people take this and go a whole other direction with it. You're supposed to, they call it tithing, giving 10%, which is what it does say. You can look it up for yourself in I think it's in Deuteronomy 14, I'm pretty sure. And that's part of the parsha. It was between 11 and 16. I think it's in 14 where you find the tithing, but it's the tzedakah, how you give. And you have to be a responsible giver. You can't just take money and just throw it somewhere and that's supposed to do something. No, you give strategically from your heart. That's it. And I know I've seen those wild-eyed preachers on TV. If you just give, you give $10,000, God's going to bless you. I wouldn't give to even $1 to that, but you being a giving, generous person is what it says in Torah, and it's in that parsha, and so it's to see, re'ah, like you would say, oh gosh, let's see, I'm trying to make up an example, but let's say, Atalo ro'eh otem, you don't see them. That's just the first thing that came to my mind. But it's a word it's used all the time. And re'ah is the root of it. And to see. And the idea is we heard before, and we're told to think other places, but here we're told to see. And I just thought, let me just say those few words to us because that's the parsha, and it's amazing when parsha is used one word to see and describes 5 chapters. Right. Love it.
I have a question regarding tzedakah, and that is, are you familiar with Belev Echad?
Belev Echad, okay, yeah.
It's giving for the wounded IDF soldiers.
Yeah. They have boxes. You can do that every single day here.
That's a good organization, right?
I believe so, but I tell you what, I'm going to make sure before I'm going to make sure, because I'm going to make sure, and I will send you that message, because some organizations will sound like other organizations too. They do that intentionally, and
I just wanted to make sure. And the other ones that I have supported are Zaka, and what is it? The ambulance. What is it?
Adon
David. What is it?
David. Yeah, Adon David. Yeah,
Adon David. And Yad Ezra,
setting up to
Shulamite.
Take blood and
right. And the other one is Yad Ezra, Shulamite.
Okay.
That's for mainly for children. Orphans and children, and
okay, just like the Shulamite woman with Elijah. Okay, I get that.
Those are the current ones, and then I saw this other one, Belev Echad, and I try to divide out. I have a difficult decide. I'm a widow, and I feel like I need to take care of myself, but I also want to reach out and help others, and so It's
Yeah.
kind of hard to figure out how much. And the
But
10%.
see, you're doing exactly what we were just saying. You are you're doing it with a good conscience. You're finding
I'm
out if they're
trying.
reputable.
Yeah.
That's important. I will find out and I will let you know.
Okay.
And just so we know, belev means from or in the heart.
Right. Right.
Lev.
From the heart.
The heart is
Echad
lev.
is one, right?
Ahad is
Echad.
one. Yeah.
One.
Yeah. And I'll tell you something that's really funny. I love this analogy, but you may know a dog is called a kelev, and ka means like,
Right.
like something is like this or like that. Okay, unless you're like my wife from California, who everything was like. I mean, when she was a teenager,
Mhm.
but so like the heart, kelev.
Right.
And so when you think about
Wow.
how ancient these words are,
Mhm.
whoever, let's say it goes back to Adam, and he's going through and naming animals. Let's just say, okay, and so they had reason within themselves that this particular animal was like the heart of the humans that it bonds with. And so the dog, the kelev,
Yeah.
wants to be connected with the heart and is like the heart of that pack, the human that they're with. And I think that that's amazing, because to have that kind of insight, to be able to name an animal like that,
I do too. I
cats
love
are
that.
hatul or hatulim, if you want to say singular or plural.
Right.
And they don't get half the recognition, even though there's far more of them.
You mentioned the word et before.
Yeah.
Et. I have to share what my very first Messianic Judaism teacher taught me.
Okay.
And I know none of you are going to fall into this trap, but in case you meet other Messianics that are telling you this, what he said is that it's with the olive and the tav.
Olive, top, first letter,
From
last
the
letter,
beginning to the
Hebrew
end, right?
alphabet. Okay.
And what he's saying is that in the first verse, Bereshit,
Bara Elohim et
Bara Elohim
Hashemayim
et Hashabayim ve'et haaretz, that et stands for Yeshua.
Yeah,
From the beginning to the end. That's what I was taught. Now,
I heard that many years ago.
yeah.
It's
So,
clever. I'll give them that.
yeah, but I mean,
it's exactly the
very
middle letter
misleading,
in the
but it's
first
clever.
verse.
Yeah, that's what you heard too, huh, Michael?
Many years ago.
Yeah, me too.
It's the middle letter in the first verse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. And that's because is it the book of Revelations? It says the Alpha and Omega, the beginning.
Alpha and Omega.
That's the first letter in Greek,
the first
and the last
last
letter in Greek. And and so people have just said, oh, well, then the first letter in Hebrew would be Aleph and the last letter is Tav. And so the et, but it's not, it's a pointer. It points you to,
no. Yeah,
a direct pointer to something, which is not, unless it's in a prayer or something where you might say et Yeshua, meaning that's the salvation, which is what Yeshua means. Yah, meaning Hashem. It's a term. It's used all over the place in the Torah and the Tanakh. Yah is a shortened word for Yud He Vav He, which is the holy name of Hashem, and so when you see that, it's like Yah-shua, so to save, to rescue. And so the indicator of Yah on that indicates that it is God saving or redeeming. And
I am your Savior. There's none other.
There you go.
Anode, Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but you could use the et with that, and despite the desires of some, 80 years ago to get rid of the word. But I get it. They were tired of it. And anyway, but it survived. It's still with us, and it's definitely in the Torah and the Tanakh.
Right.
It's there. But it doesn't refer to any particular, it doesn't refer to a particular person unless it's placed in writing before the name or before a title or something else. And that's the only way it refers to anything. But like you just quoted, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim et haaretz. So
Right.
in the beginning, God created the
Right.
the heavens, Shemaim, and haaretz, the earth or the land, like Israel's called haaretz, okay, and so the land. But yeah, I mean, it's used all over the place. The first verse of the Bible, and it's very misleading for people to do that, especially if they know that somebody. Is he waving?
True.
Oh, is she leaving?
True's leaving.
Oh, well, it was good
for
to
joining
talk
us.
with you. Yeah. Oh,
That's actually the longest she stayed on.
wow.
So usually after about a half hour or so, it's hard
Yeah.
for her to stay on.
She is so talented and so creative. I don't know, Valentine, if you've seen or if all of you have seen some of her work.
I haven't. And I'm sorry because I haven't. And yeah.
Well, you as an artist, I think you would appreciate it. It's beautiful.
I'd
Yeah.
like to. I mean, does she have her stuff online?
Truthful
Or
Kindness.
She
She's
shares
on Facebook.
She shares
on
Truthful
Facebook?
Kindness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'll look at that.
And she's just gotten into, I think because of the encouragement of her friends, putting these in card form.
Oh, very nice.
So
That's
she's
very
going to
nice.
be. Oh,
Okay, he's showing us.
Angel is showing us, but I can't see it very well. There's too much light, but that's a little bit of her stuff.
Okay.
That
I'm
you can
going to
kind of
go
see
up
the
here
beautiful colors and design, and
Truthful Kindness.
each
Okay,
one has a message. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's very nice. I was very sorry to hear that she's having dementia issues. There's a lot of that, isn't there? There's too much of that.
Hasn't she had that for like 20 some years?
She's had it for as long as I've known her.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah, there's
pretty.
another one.
Oh, that's very pretty.
Isn't it?
I like that. That's very nice.
That's one of my favorites. I love the three-dimensional quality of it.
What did you say, Angel?
I said that's one of my favorites. I love that it's three-dimensional.
Yes, a lot of her stuff is. Right.
Oh, and you're talking about making like cards and like inspirational cards. I want to show you something.
Yeah.
This picture I chose this week this was the picture on my very first postcard that was printed 30 years ago, 1996. And this painting is called Ethereal Daydreams. And it's actually my daughter. She was a teenager. And that's when my goatee and my hair, well, my hair was very long and I still wear the same kind of hats, but my facial hair is, my hair is definitely shorter and lighter.
Is that when you were unorthodox, Valentine?
Oh, I was a fairly, let's see here. You wouldn't think it, but I was going to shul all the time and doing stuff. But I could be around people, and Chabad people have always been really good to me. I could go to any of those places, but it's a strange thing because, like in Houston, which is where I was when I was taken, I had a hard time just going to a straight, like a Sephardic congregation. It just didn't work. They would find some reason, it didn't work. But the Emmanuel, and Miriam and I were talking about Emmanuel one time there in Houston, and I met Rabbi Walter, my rabbi, who just passed away last November. I met him when I was 11 years old, and so years later I started going to the congregation, and very, very good people, and they. Now
Conservative shul, is it not?
it
Conservative?
is they're reform, but see,
Oh,
reform
reform.
there
Okay.
and reform here, are two different
Two different
worlds, you know.
things.
So actually, now my association with Reform Synagogue in because I was associated with two of them in Texas, and I played music, and for years I was associated with them and classes and things like that. But when you come here and you live here, it's best not to have all that on your documents.
Yeah.
You know, they just, I don't know. It makes it more difficult. But I survived all that. But I don't go to Reform synagogues here because people just don't understand that kind of thing. Not judging anybody, but you know, so I just go to the Sephardic synagogue, you know. At least I used to go a lot more before the hostile takeover.
The hostile take.
It
Oh, yeah.
was.
You mentioned, yep.
They changed the name of it and everything. It was just like, oh man, I loved going to that thing. And they just recently put this meshing around the whole gate. Now you can't even see the synagogue from unless the gate's open. I'm like, oh yeah, that's gonna encourage people to come in. I'm being facetious. That's one of the few times I'm being facetious. But
Maybe they don't want people to come. Is that it?
I think they want them
Strangers?
to feel we are this, and you're not in here with us, or
I
you know,
gotcha.
show up when the gates open. And I don't like that at all. And I went there. You know, you could just be walking by, and back before I said hostile takeover, their board shifted, and these Haredi guys came in, and I mean, they just wanted to orthodox the whole place up to a level I'm not comfortable. So I still go sometimes down there, but I'm sad because it's such a beautiful building. The building is as old as I am, and it was here from the foundation of the city here, and yet they have now secluded themselves further with this fencing. You know, it's like I don't see God like that. I don't see any of the rabbis like that. Well, maybe some, but most of them would be inclusive to want to help people. And I don't think that does it. And I think that in the end result, there'll be none of that. Whatever the temple will be, it will be inclusive and will include you, me, and everybody else.
Echad.
Ahad, that's
Yeah.
it. Exactly. It's just like the Shema, isn't it? You know, Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu. God is our God. And then they use the word ahad, and it's so there's a unity to it, and that's what it's supposed to be, you know. And I can go to any synagogue; it doesn't have to be Sephardi; it can be Ashkenazi. But you know, there's some places I really don't feel comfortable in. I'm not going to dress appropriately for them. I don't dress in a hostile way or you know disrespectful way. It's just not the way they dress, so I don't go. I don't want to create a problem, you know. So it's okay. It's just what it is.
Hey, Ronnie.
Hey,
There he is. There's
I need
Ronnie.
your expertise.
What?
I need your expertise.
Oh, mine. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. You bet.
Okay.
Yeah. Anytime.
Okay. As far as the oral Torah, because the
Yeah.
Mishnah,
Yeah.
that was written
Mishnah.
down by what, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, I think, something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was written down around almost the
200
third century, right? Close to the third.
30. Yeah. yeah, to 270. Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, I mean, my understanding is the oral Torah is there to help understand some of the issues with the written Torah. Am I saying that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's some things that are like left hanging, if I want to use that
There
term.
are.
Okay,
Yeah. Sure.
so my question is, okay, so did the concept come down after Moses? Okay,
Okay.
or was it influenced by the first temple because they were trying to figure everything out there? Then, somebody, I'm looking at this guy after the second temple's destroyed. He's writing all this good stuff down, which is good stuff.
Yeah.
But like, where, how to say this? Did he get his facts per se? Where does it come from?
Okay. Very good. That's a great question. And that's a question I've asked myself. But here's what it comes down to. Um, it is the responsibility of any Jewish man to memorize as much Torah as you can possibly memorize and be able to understand it and recite it. And if called upon, read it or whatever. But the oral Torah comes down, a lot of it from Moses, and it comes at the time of Sinai, and they're already discussing some of these concepts going on.
Right,
But
right.
written Torah is written Torah, so you can't add to that. But
Right.
you can comment, you can relate, you can do all this. And that was passed down for like over 1,000 years. And at the time that it was, at the time of Jesus, let's say, everybody's still studying it. It's one of the things you would study. You start studying at the age of 5, and you're learning before that, of course, but you study from the age of 5 until the age of bar mitzvah, or taking on the responsibilities of the law when you're 13. And then you continue to study, and you're studying after you've memorized all of the essential, but certainly the Torah. Then you would study the Mishnah, and and that's the way it was done for centuries, including people like Jesus, including people like that you would read about in
Right.
these books. And so I mean, we're fortunate we've got books, but they had to commit it to memory. And when there are so many people that come together and they can recall the same information, then that is acceptable. But it has to be a pretty great number of people. So they knew that it was accurate. And just considering that you have the book of Isaiah, the scroll of Isaiah, in Jerusalem that was found in the Cave 1 of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Qumran.
Right.
And it matches just pretty much exact. I mean, there's a few little changes here and there. We're talking about isolated numbers of changes that, and they could have been scribal, but from what we have today, and that's 2,000 years ago, it was written. That's the level of accuracy that the Mishnah was conveyed. So and there were prohibited, people, they prohibited anybody from writing it down. So that was part of the problem. But finally,
Right.
people said, we're going to lose this. I mean, we've already gone through the destruction of the temple and the big revolt in 130, Bar Kokhba, or Kosfa, however you would like to pronounce it.
Right.
We gotta go ahead and write this down. And so they began doing that. And of course, the Mishnah gets written at that point. And then they start taking some of the commentators that were commenting on the Mishnah, and they started putting that. So now you've got the Gemara, or the Gemara, but the Gemara is the way it's usually spoken. And then the Gemara is combined with the Mishnah and some of the special commentators, and you've got the Talmud, and that's how that's where it comes down to us. And But you
Right.
can
Well,
read you can read it isolated. You can read the Mishnah isolated if you like, because it's there.
I mean, you said a very important term. I never heard this until today.
Okay.
That all these people got together and they had to
Yes.
agree,
Very
because
important.
I'm looking at the first temple and the destruction. And so you had about 400 years there where people were dispersed, whatever,
Yeah.
and then they come back together and you got this other
Right.
group. And then, so I'm
Yes.
like, the, how to say it, uh, the numbers, trying to say statistics of them all coming back and remembering exactly the same thing. And, it's like, it's hard, that you
Yes.
stay on top of it.
Yes.
And the basic, especially if it's like all of the Torah, and that's a lot of stuff, right? In
That's a
the Torah.
lot of stuff.
That's
A
what I'm saying. And
lot.
for
Yeah.
people to come back together and remember detail by detail by detail,
Pretty remarkable.
it's almost like cosmic or providential or
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it, right? For that
Yes.
to happen, because statistics wise, people today would say that's a problem.
Yeah.
But
But then you look at the Isaiah scroll as an
I know
example,
that's the
and
thing what you said. I'm like,
it's like so
hey, it
exact.
makes
It's
sense.
unbelievable.
It makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
And to these guys, it wasn't acceptable to just be approximately.
Yeah.
It had to be exact. And they would spend their lives memorizing this and passing it on.
Yeah.
And there had to be a number of people that could recite the same thing, and they would recite it and
Yeah.
they would chant it. And, I know I sound kind of irreverent about some of my cousins and brothers and whatever down the street here that are these halakhically sound and whatever Orthodox people, but really they dedicate their lives to this. And that is way beyond what I can even imagine doing. I've done a lot. My memory used to be a lot better, and but I'm glad I have it to where I can refer to it on a computer now. That makes it so much easier. And
Well, I mean, the more I understand the history of it,
yeah,
it makes more sense. Instead of just if somebody comes and say, well, you got to believe this because I say it, I have a
that
problem.
doesn't cut it, does it?
But with the
Yeah,
historical documentation and the rationale, the logic behind it, it makes
yeah,
more sense.
it does. And then you consider, like you mentioned, the people that were taken to Babylon. Referring, how after the first temple and then people were taken away. And you consider that there was this whole school of Babylon. There's a Babylonian Talmud. That's part of the
Right,
Talmud,
right, right.
And even though the one that's called the Jerusalem Talmud was written in Sfat, which is, 9 miles from here, but it's called Jerusalem because it was actually written in Eretz Israel. So it's called Jerusalem. Anyway, and but look at that Babylonian school that was there.
Yeah.
They didn't come back during the restoration. They stayed.
Okay.
We don't know where they went.
Yeah.
That's the importance of when Hashem says, "Get to the land." Get to the land. It's so important because here in the land, I'm blessed. I might not even be a special or fabulous guy. I'm blessed when I'm here. Things can happen here. Miracles can happen when I'm here. And when a number of people like me or other people, are here, big miracles can happen. Like where it says, can a nation be born in a day? Who's heard such a thing? Who's seen such a thing? And the desert will bloom like the Garden of Eden. Well, it didn't happen for 2,000 years until it came back.
Right.
2 days ago, I was in a train and I was passing by all of these eucalyptus trees. And every time I see them, I smile because they're only there because this whole area used to be nothing but swamps. malaria infested swampland. And when the Jewish people were coming back 130 years ago, they were talking to some of the Arab neighbors and saying, well, do you want to sell that swampland? You want to buy the swampland? Huh. Okay, you can buy the swampland. They did. They bought thousands and thousands of acres of it, and they planted eucalyptus trees because they knew that that would suck down that water. Now, this is the breadbasket of the Middle East. We import
amazing
vegetables and fruits and things all over the world. Used to be swampland. Nobody wanted. They didn't see the value in it. But Hashem says through the Tanakh, when the Jewish people come back to the land, it will bloom again. From the desert to like the Garden of Eden is the analogy I'm paraphrasing.
Right.
And yeah, it did. And it does. And it's amazing. It's amazing.
You know what's amazing? The desert is blooming. The stones are talking.
They are.
All kinds of archaeological discoveries are being made. Pretty amazing.
Yes. And, somebody about a week ago asked about David Conley. Had we seen David Conley? Because, he lived in Nahariya here, and he's doing fine. He finally got back with me. I told him, look, I'm kind of been holding off. I want to go back and see the Isaiah scroll again in Jerusalem. What day is good for you? Because he told me he wanted to go. Well, it turns out he's already gone. And right now he's in Miami and he's doing some things there, and he'll be back here in a little while. But I was starting to worry about him. So I'm like, why haven't I heard from him? He doesn't check his WhatsApp as often as he should, probably. Maybe. But anyway, he's a good guy. So he got back with me this week.
Valentine, you mentioned Safat.
Sfat, yes.
Okay.
Some people say Safed, yeah.
Okay, but my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's more like, isn't there a lot of Jewish mysticism related to that area?
Well, there is.
Okay, the reason I said that,
yeah.
At the graveyard, we went to the graveyard there.
Yes.
And all the graves face in a certain direction.
Yeah, right.
But one.
Yeah, there are a few of them that, matter of fact, you and I talked about this over a year ago, I remember.
Yeah.
And I went there. I think, did I send you the pictures on email? Because I took the pictures just for you. And if I didn't do it, I have your email, so I'll go back and look and I'll find.
Okay, remember.
I will do. I'm going to write it down right now.
Okay, I'm playing. I'm playing with you.
But I did. I went there, and because I don't know everything, I went ahead and asked a couple of rabbis, and I was told pretty much the same thing by both. Well, of course, most of them are going this way because when Mashiach comes from the east, which is the way I'm looking right now, comes from the east like the sunrise, and then in Sfat, it's the holy city, so the departed souls, those who sleep in the dust, as it's called, will rise because Mashiach is coming. Mashiach ben David, by the way. Okay. And, but you brought up a really good thing, which is why I asked, because you got to ask when you see some of them the other way. That's because they thought that their rabbi was Mashiach. Right. Every generation has some level of Mashiach, and it happens. I mean, look at Rabbi Schneerson died 33 years ago, and he's still looked at as Mashiach, and to millions of people. But and I wouldn't disagree with that. He did more for Judaism than a lot of people. But my point with those graves is that their rabbi is buried just right over there, and that's as close as they could get to him. And so when he rises, they're going to be pointed towards him so they can rise, because that's the way they thought it was going to happen. So that's why the inconsistency and the various graves, and I figured that's what it was, and I'd spent a lot of time there, Actually, almost passed out of dehydration there one time 12 years ago. That was my fault. I was just so excited to be there. But, I went to these other specialty graves. You can get maps. I think I still have a map somewhere. Ross Nichols had said to me, could you take me to that one that's supposed to be Yeshua ben Yosef,
Right.
that lives over there? And I actually stood there at that place, looking there. I don't think that's his grave. I have no doubt that person who's buried there is Yeshua ben Yosef, no doubt. But those are very common names of first century.
Exactly.
But I don't think, although that person I have no doubt is a tzaddik and all of that. Also, I don't think that was the Jesus of the New Testament.
That was floating around for a while. I heard that because
Yeah.
Messiah ben Joseph, that's the Messiah there, et cetera, et cetera. And so that was floating around. This is where Jesus was really buried. He wasn't in the tomb at all, So
Yeah,
this is
in the
several years ago.
90s.
Remember
Right.
that, Betty? Remember
Yeah,
that?
in the 90s, it was definitely floating around.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you what, this is just my feeling about it, because I don't know who was buried there, but I went there. And and I gotta say, it took me 40 minutes to walk over there to that forest. But there were certain rabbis I wanted to see where they were buried. I just wanted to see it. So I'm there, I'm looking at it, I'm getting a feel for it. Now, what do we know about, what did Jesus say? He said you could pray and that there would be some response, or he would intercede, right? I'm paraphrasing. Forgive me for that. But that's kind of the concept. Pray and he would intercede to the Father. Is that in the ballpark somewhere? Okay.
Yeah.
So that sounds like something really special that he's doing, except that is a very Jewish concept. And you said about the mysticism of Sfat, and that is true. Okay. A lot, not all, but a lot of the Kabbalistic teachings and thinkings and things like this, and certainly writings, came from that area. But that's not what this is about. Here's the deal. All right. This is really crucial and this is really interesting, but you don't hear much about it. So there's parts of the soul. We know that there's 3 levels of soul that you and I would have. There's the nephesh, which is it's also called the animal soul, but it's because it's in the blood.
Right.
The soul is in the blood. All right. And then there's the ruach, which is from the speech and the breathing. Ruach is wind, even in Hebrew. You use it all the time. Mm-hmm. And then there's neshama, which is kind of like you've seen those pictures of halos on
the
holy
aura,
people.
kind of.
Auras.
Mm-hmm.
That's because that's where the neshama resides. So whoever did that in art did it correctly. But these are ancient Jewish concepts, and they were there at the time of Jesus. And here's the deal. Here's what it comes down to. So you bury a body in a tomb or a box, or you collect the bones, however you want to do it. But the blood is still there. It's absorbed into the ground. And because that level of soul, that soul level that was in the blood is now in that ground, if you go to that tzaddik, that rabbi's tomb, this is Judaism speaking, okay? I'm talking about Judaism. Then you can pray to God. You're praying to God, never to people. You're praying, and that tzaddik, the soul level that's still in the ground, is connected with the higher levels. And so that's what the intercession is called. So you're literally praying, and this tzaddik, this holy person, is certainly rabbi kind of guy, is able to make a connection, help with your connection. Now, when you take that concept that I just laid out there and you overlay that onto some of the things you hear Jesus saying, which I did paraphrase and I apologize for, But when you look at that, it can sound similar, almost exact. And that's one of the many things that Jewish perspective does with looking at some of these words that sound like, oh, well, this is special in this person. It's a concept in Judaism, and it's not uncommon. It's very common. It's still used, and you see it in Sfat all the time. People praying at the graves of the Tzaddik, of the Tzaddikim in plural, and they do it in Israel too. I mean, in Jerusalem too, and different other places. Tiberius, my favorite teacher, the Ramhal, Moshe Lassato, who came from Italy, is buried in Tiberias.
Right.
And I know people go and pray at his tomb constantly. They go down to Hebron. They pray at the tomb of the patriarchs daily. And there is that connection because that's where they're buried. That's where that level of soul is, that level of the blood. So it makes the connection with the higher worlds to which we can understand, whatever level we can understand. There is that connection. And so there's that intercession. And that's why people do that.
Oh, let me ask you that since you said that, okay? Since they had it, okay, this place like that.
Yeah.
What's the difference in us today? Because we've got the same spirit within us.
Yes.
Okay, as them. So
yeah.
Can't we do the intercession ourselves? I mean,
Took the words out of my mouth.
So could you go to like
no, I don't go anywhere. I can be right here at my house.
Okay.
But yes, asking, why do we need to go to somebody else's gravesite to pray? Because we have the same spirit that's in them, that was in them.
Yes.
Sure. Great question. You don't have to. You don't have to go.
Right.
But see, like if you're living, if you're so connected with your Rebbe or your rabbi that you're in Sfat and adhering to his instruction, even if you lived 300 years ago or 2,000 years ago, then you go pray at his grave because that's where your connection is. You're connecting with Hashem through that tzaddik, and that's a whole other conversation, but it is very much like what Jesus is saying also.
Well, you know yourself, when you go up the hill to Jerusalem,
yes,
it's a different feeling.
Yes, it is.
It's a different feeling.
Absolutely.
I talked with a friend of mine. He was a Noahide. And he did major research. And he said the other day, there's power grids all over the world. Okay?
Yes.
These energy sources that are there. And you go there and you pick it up if you're sensitive to it.
Yes.
Think of like the medicine wheel out west.
Okay.
Because the people that died in the area, whatever, their blood spilled too.
Yes.
So if you want to go with the blood issue. But the thing is, out west, there's a lot of power grids, but they're stationed all over. So, and I'm going back with what you said, if the blood spilled on the ground of these righteous people, Zedekiah, is that the right word?
Yeah, the tzaddik or tzaddikim.
I could see where that could enhance that area.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes,
enhance the area. But, it's just like you, okay? There's people here in this group, we like to be around them. Like, I even like Todd, to be around Todd, okay?
Sure.
Why?
Right.
Because of the aura that he has about him.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm just not leaving you out, Angel, or Betty, whoever. Nobody. I'm using these as an example, okay?
Yes.
But, I mean, this group is bound more than just words.
Yes.
Betty and I talked about this the other day, I think, Betty. We're bound by the unity of the essence of the energy of the Spirit of God. It's
wow. Yes.
It's different. And, we look to you to help us, like I mentioned before. We're grabbing hold of your garment. And you said, look, teach us. Because, see, I never knew all this stuff about Judaism and how these things fit.
And that's
we weren't taught that. And no wonder there's so much confusion now today in Christianity because they don't know the background.
They don't know it.
That's very
But
true.
you know it. And
I'm
so
still
when
learning. I learned to learn something today.
so when you're there and somebody brings something up, then you're God's person on the spot. Then you're helping them.
Brother, I
Yeah.
want to be.
That's
I
the
want
way it
to be
works.
that.
It is, yeah.
You know, so I want to do what Hashem wants me to do when He wants me to do it.
And don't forget, you don't have to be Jewish to be a
No, I understand
tzaddik,
that.
to be a tzaddik, to be that righteous person.
Right. No,
That's
I understand.
good stuff.
Yeah.
Excuse
But
me,
I can see why they pray at the graves.
Yeah.
And I'll say this too: if you are in line with a certain kind of, you're connected with a certain rabbi, or you're
Yeah.
connected with their teaching, then there's that essence.
Yeah.
And if you're at their grave, you feel that. You
Yeah.
will feel that. And if it's not that person, you will feel that.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You know, whether they're dead or they're alive.
Right.
You know, I listen to different people.
Yes.
Betty and I listened to Rabbi Uzi. I don't remember how to do his last name, Miss Betty, but
Actually, his name is Bernard Weingarten. Uzi Weingarten. Yeah.
but he teaches on Tuesday nights. You know, and we go to learn to enhance our knowledge of
Yes.
Hashem,
Yes.
so we can better serve Hashem.
Sure.
That's a me thing. As I get older, I want knowledge to do more for Hashem. Bottom line.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have a dog in the race. I don't care about, you know, prestige. Ego is not the thing anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Right.
And thank you, Angel and Todd, for doing what y'all did.
They're
this
so
group.
wonderful, aren't they?
I know. Because of them, we learn all this stuff. We get to meet you, and we got all these other, you know, there's Michael there, and Miriam, and Morgan, and Miss Livy, especially Miss
Good
Livy.
people.
Don't leave her out. She's a jewel of a lady. So, you know,
Good
it's great.
stuff.
It's great. So thank you
excuse,
for helping us.
excuse me,
Michael, you had a
Ronnie.
question, didn't you, Michael?
Yes, sir. I would ask you, did you say the name of that rabbi that wrote down the oral Torah?
Yehuda Nasi, I think, if
Nasi.
I'm pronouncing that right.
And Nasiya means like king or the head of, and that's you like we talked about Hillel. Hillel
Prophet.
was Nasiya. He was the head of the whole
So when
rabbinic
was this?
community.
Was this after the second temple was destroyed?
During the Second Temple,
Oh, okay.
He didn't
during,
write it down
before,
about
and even
200
after.
200 CE, something like that, when he wrote it down.
It was after the destruction of the temple by about 170 years.
Yeah. That's about
Yeah.
right. That's about right.
Yeah.
That would put it around 200 and something.
And there were people who were fighting it, who were cursing that they were doing it. I mean, it took a lot for them to do it, and I'm glad they did. I'm glad they did. And it, you know, and the Mishnah is on a par with the written law, with the Torah. And by law, I just mean like, you know, as we refer to it, it's Torah means teaching.
Right.
So
right.
it's on a par with the other part of Torah. And so that's important to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's good stuff. And yeah, everybody loves and prays for Todd and Angel because they make this available and we get to meet and talk about really interesting stuff all the time. I mean, we went over the whole Parsha just a little while ago. How cool is that? That's pretty neat stuff.
Putting these on YouTube because there's so much, because I don't have room on my computer to store them all. And, you know, once they're gone, but there's so much valuable information that's shared in here. I mean, what do you guys think of that?
Good stuff. Oh, that's right. You guys record these things, don't you? I think I see sometimes they're being recorded or something. Yeah, there's a little button blinking.
That is why I choose to say less, to keep my mouth closed and my ears open. I love to listen.
I do not say anything that I won't stand behind. I don't say anything in a closed community that I wouldn't stand behind if I said it in a synagogue. And I can go to I have sat at the table, and I'm sure my wife was thinking, oh God, why did he open his mouth? I have sat at the table with two rabbis and taken a book off of the shelf of the rabbi, brought it up and showed him stuff, and pretty much dared him to we can argue about it all you want. This is your book off of your bookshelf. I just pulled it out, opened it up, showed you something, and we're done with the argument. And and it's actually, one was a rabbi and the other guy was like a head guy in his congregation. I don't know if he was a rabbi or not, but he certainly had yeshiva training, and he knew his stuff. He didn't like me very much, especially when I pulled his book out of his bookshelf that was sitting like behind me. And that was very interesting. That was one of those days that I will not forget. And my wife was like looking at me like, don't screw this up. Don't make these people mad. But that's what you do. You don't have to agree. I mean, fortunately, he had a book that I have a book of. Okay, well, the Ramchal was, as I said, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto from 250 years ago. But that teaching is the teaching that I've studied most of my life. And when that came out in 1993, I think, or 94, in English, it was much easier. It's called Derek Hashem, The Path of God.
Yes.
Yes.
And it
Yes.
is, I think, probably the most insightful book I've ever read in my life that explained Torah, explained concepts of God, soul, everything. And the Ramchal just had a way of doing it. And I've read it over and over several times and studied parts of it hundreds of times. And it's, I'll tell you what, there's stuff in there that will explain every single aspect of what we were talking about earlier, what Yeshua of Nazareth, Yeshua ben Yosef, Jesus, what he talked about. You find the same stuff being talked about 250 years ago with a rabbi who's totally Jewish. I mean, you can't get more Jewish than the Ramchal.
Right.
It's not possible.
I need to get that book off my shelf again. I
You
have
got
it. In fact, I have several of his series.
Yes,
Another one is The Knowing Heart. That's also a good one.
And if you
I
happen to
haven't read
find
those.
yourself in Sfat, there's a bookstore called Torah Gems, and they have a lot of these books that are English, Hebrew translations. They're like parallels, so you can, yeah, that's really cool.
So what Angel was asking a minute ago, I mean, would anybody here have any problems putting this on YouTube?
No, I don't.
No.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
I just figured because Ross used to do the after class on YouTube
Yeah.
and post that.
Yeah.
I was just thinking because there are some that have already been deleted off of Zoom, and I'm like, man, I'd really like to go listen to that again because you forget. At least I do.
So do I.
I tell you, there are so many people on YouTube that they're just searching all day, looking, different Hebrew roots, whatever, websites or podcasts or whatever. I mean, they come through chat room. You see them passing through chat rooms. They're always looking. And some of the old Hebrew roots rooms that were really huge at one time, they got there's 20 people watching and 5 people talking, so maybe 15 of them just got it on. And, they're looking for something, so they will find it. And, maybe they'll find what they're looking for.
Yeah. I
Because,
mean, I don't have a problem with it. You know, it's
yeah.
common knowledge stuff. And as I said, if I say it to anybody, if I'm talking with Todd and I say something, I'm not going to change my perspective if I'm in just a group of rabbinic students, or I'm, in a synagogue. Now there's certain things you don't talk about in the synagogue. I get that, but we're not in a synagogue, are we? We're able to talk about stuff and really share ideas. This is good.
Right.
This is real powerful stuff sometimes that we get.
It is.
No, I don't have
I
a
learn
problem with
something
that.
every
You
week.
got to monitor the chat, because
Oh
there's
no,
going
I'm
to be
not talking
people.
about put it on live.
Oh, okay. I
I
got you.
wouldn't have the foggiest idea how to do that. I'm
Yeah.
talking
I
about
always have my kip on. I can wear it up here if I need to. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
It's a joke. I don't joke a lot.
Valentine, I want to ask you something
Yes.
that I read, and I want to check it with you, see if you've ever heard it.
My best.
I had read or heard that in the Second Temple, they had enough food and provisions to last years saved up, but I believe the name of the group was the Zealots. They were the ones
Zealots?
that they really wanted to fight. And they wanted to fight the Romans. They weren't interested in a protracted, and they actually burnt all the food that they,
I heard this.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
They
I don't
wanted to
know.
force people to fight. It's like, well, here's some incentive. We don't have enough food to last this thing out.
Right.
We got to fight them
Exactly.
now. And we got to
Yeah,
win,
because
or we die.
I had read they had enough
Yeah.
provisions, food, water, whatever. Of course, they had water, I guess, flowing in from the Gihon Spring or whatever. But
Okay, yeah, right there.
at any rate, they could have lasted for years. They were prepared for it. But the zealots and they burned it all up.
Yeah, wasn't there like three different leaders, and they were basically fighting against each other?
Yeah, there was a lot of that. And
Yeah.
to be sure, you can know this because it's documented. There were people eating they were eating anything they could get a hold
And there was one.
Some
There was
women
one
were
rabbi.
eating their children.
Josephus wrote about that. Yeah.
There was one rabbi that pretended to be dead. He really didn't want to fight at all, and he pretended. I think he pretended to be dead, and they set him outside the walls. And he told the Romans. The Romans really liked him because he had been a go-between, and so when he said, "Look, and then they said, we basically give you what you want." He said, all I want is, he named this place and he wanted to set up a place where they could study.
Not far
And
from Ashkelon, and right there
yeah,
to the coast, to set up his school. So he wanted his
was that
students to be able to
Rabbi
come to.
Akiva? Oh, I don't think it was Akiva,
Not Akiva, no.
but he did survive.
He did.
Akiva.
He had his disciples take him out in a coffin, and they did. And he was taken to the head of the Roman army, and the timing couldn't have been more perfect because he gets up. They let him out of the box, right? He gets up and he tells him, "You're going to be the emperor," and a dispatch is received. Apparently, right then, if you go with the story, and he was named emperor. And so, because of this, he thought it was a blessing. He said, "Okay, I'll give you what you want." That's the way the story goes. And he wanted this
Right. I remember
place
that now.
But then they all moved to Sfat, and they ended up in Sfat.
Well, now that wasn't Akiva though.
No, Akiva died in 136.
Yeah.
What was his name? Is that Rabbi Zaki something? What is it?
Akiva was
no, not Akiva, the one who went out in the coffin.
Oh, the one out in the coffin. Yeah.
What is his name? It's
Uh,
right on the tip of
give
my
me a
tongue. I
second.
can't.
Yeah, me too. Gee, hold on. Don't hold on. Might be tomorrow if I remember. I might just end up looking it up. 'Cause,
That
yeah,
could have
Akiva was,
been
you could
Yoki or
probably,
something.
yeah, something like that. You can look it up pretty easily. And but apparently it was a true story. I mean, it's conveyed
yeah.
in different ways, different places. But the school continued in Svat, which I'm pointing this way like that makes some difference, but that's where Svat is that way in 9 months. And yeah, they say that there are elements of that teaching still there. I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
And
Now Akiva was charged with assembling what was left because the Romans destroyed everything. He was charged with putting back the Tanakh, assembling from everything he could get, him and his disciples,
yeah,
and
he
and
was.
he put the Old Testament we have today was put together by Akiva, assembled and put together by Akiva.
Yeah, he didn't even start studying until he was 40 years old.
Right,
And then
yeah,
he had thousands of students, and most of them
he
died.
left his wife. He wasn't even Jewish. I mean,
Well,
Yep.
he was Jewish, but he wasn't like
right,
what they would call like Haredi or
yeah.
Orthodox, or he wasn't anything
No.
like that. But he
And then
learned
he
it
went.
and he
Then he
transferred it.
went.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then he went and studied and became became a rabbi, and he was given the charge to assemble really what we have. Of course, it didn't have the Masoretic
No,
pointing and all, but
It's
he
hard.
was charged with basically what we have today as the Old Testament that's in our Bible now, not now. He was the one that assembled all that from what he could get and put together, because there was nothing left after the Second Temple was destroyed, basically.
well, the what we'll call the canonization of
Hmm.
those books
Hmm.
was kind of put in order around the time of Ezra, like 500 years earlier. But you're correct in that Akiva took all these principles and all the knowledge and transferred them to students. His big mistake, though, and the reason they killed him was because he had backed Bar Kokhba as
Yeah,
the
he
Messiah,
called. He
and
said he was the Messiah at one point.
he
Yeah,
is the Messiah. He's the guy,
yeah. Bar
and for
Kokhba turned
that
on him.
they, it was disgusting. They flayed his skin off with hot
Hmm.
irons, and yet this is where the idea of saying the Shema before you die comes in, because he does the Shema because he's doing it, and he can only get through before he expired. He could only get through the Shema, and that was it. And then he
Hmm.
passed away. Amazing he could get that far. But
Right.
people say, well, so are we supposed to do the Shema? And yes, people do. When
Yeah.
you think you're going to pass
A
away,
lot
or
of
you
people did
do,
in
or
Germany.
you still do it. And
Yeah.
but the thing is, what he was doing was, this was time for this particular prayers that you do. So
Hmm.
he started doing his prayers. And,
Hmm.
one time I was talking on here, we were talking, and I said, when you consider what were the last words of Jesus, and people were saying, to your hand I commend my spirit, and I'm paraphrasing, and then he says it's finished and all of that, right?
Hmm.
But he's literally quoting from a part of the Amidah, which says specifically, actually, at that time I read it, and it says, my spirit, my soul is in your hands, and he's basically doing the same kind of thing. he's doing his midday prayers, and he dies at that point. I mean, there's like there's three other blessings or prayers left in the Amidah. So he dies at that point, which is called Thanksgiving, that particular one. And, it's a real special one, but he dies during those words. And just like Rabbi Akiva dies 100 years later at the hands of the Romans, and he's doing his prayers when he dies. And so that's that thing that you see, Jewish perspective sees, and people think, oh, well, these are, I mean, that's because that's the time of day. And whether you're being killed or you're just with your disciples or you're by yourself praying, that's what you do. I mean, and that kind of stuff, those are those little things that when you think about them, just click in and they make sense. Right. But yeah, Rabbi Akiva, that was, big stuff. And his couple of thousand students died. They, some disease or something, a plague. Rabbis have a lot to say about that too, but.
Yeah, Bar Kokhba turned on him,
Well, Bar Kokhba, he was like just like during the revolt against Greece, against the Greeks, the Hashmonean group. He didn't want to see the temple area be defiled. The temple was gone, been gone, 60 years. But he didn't want to see something else built there. He didn't want to see it used for to the god Saturn or anything like that. It was holy space. And they didn't want Jerusalem defiled by the Romans or anybody else. So they fought. And they lost horribly. And there are a lot of people don't even want to talk about Bar Kokhba. They don't want to think about that level of failure and defeat and the horrors that came out of it. But it's good to know that. It's good to remember that. And whether somebody likes Bar Kokhba or not, I personally like to read about Bar Kokhba. But something else happened, which is fascinating, and that is that in these caves, they actually found letters, just like in those jars from Qumran. The Bar Kokhba caves, as they're called, and you can look it up. There are books on it. All kinds of interesting things, including the tefillin that you would wrap. They look exactly like the ones we have today. So all sandals that were made at the time, and baskets and all kinds of stuff survived in these caves. And you couldn't get to the caves without oil lamps. You couldn't even get to the caves without having rappelling ropes to get down in there, which is how they ended up getting the stuff and going through all of that in the 1960s, I guess, 67, 68. Anyway, but yeah, you can look that up, and it's amazing to see the artifacts they found, including some letters by Bar Kokhba. That's what gives us the correct spelling of his name, Bar Kokhba. So anyway, but amazing.
I'm more interested in the story of Akiva.
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 A fascinating man.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean, basically everything we know about Judaism comes through that channel.
Yeah, his wife was so faithful, she just waited for him all that time. And, even the people in that, where the little town is from, I mean, and her father, he didn't think much of him at all, and yet he went on to prove him wrong,
He became a great teacher, one of the greatest teachers. As I
Mhm.
said, some of the traditions that were before him are only known about because of him and
Mhm.
survived through the few disciples left us. I guess I'm 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 paraphrasing things. Okay, so forgive me.
Right. Yeah,
I'm
he
also
had his
operating
group.
off
He
my
had
mind.
he had his group of disciples. Yeah.
Yeah, and most
Yeah.
of those died. And of course, the
Yeah.
rabbis chime in why they died, and they
Right.
commit a sin, and what was it, and they were haughty, and oh man, it just you can't do anything right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, my response to what I've read. That's okay.
You know,
That's the good
there's
thing about it. I'm entitled to my three ideas of it, along with everyone else.
there's a
Uh,
story I read about Akiva. Um, I believe it was after his the the scourge or whatever, not the scourge, the whatever that
mhm.
killed all his rabbi friends,
Oh yeah,
all his students.
epidemic,
Um,
plague, whatever it was. Yeah,
yeah, the plague. Um, anyway, but he was encouraged to go ahead and begin again, like from
yeah,
nothing, to get more
yeah.
students.
Right.
And I believe this story is connected to it, but maybe not. That he was traveling one day and he passed a stream and he saw a rock with a hole in it. Have you heard that story? And he thought, if the water can penetrate this rock, then I can start my whatever my teaching again. And that was an encouragement to him. So I just thought that was kind of cool.
That's very cool.
He
And
learned from nature, which is all
yes,
we have to do is open up our eyes every morning and look outside, look around us, and
that's it.
wow,
And
it's
Ronnie earlier was talking about the mysticism and spot, and one of the greatest things that comes out of that is the whole thing of hitbadadut, being in nature
yes,
with Hashem. You're just
Right.
right.
in nature, and you're just
Mhm.
part of that. I've been experiencing that a lot at the Mediterranean Sea because I've been going down
Mhm.
there 4, sometimes 5 times a week, and going swimming,
Mhm.
and a lot of times I'm out there in the water by myself in certain areas, and
Mhm.
and you just feel these waves, and sometimes you go under. I use it. You can use that as a mikvah. It's a natural. It's a living water
Sure.
source. You can do that.
Mhm.
It's a beautiful thing. But and I've done my whole prayers out there sometimes. You just do from memory, but you're out there, um, and it's just something that just touches you. So you don't have to be in the forest.
No,
You can be the water, and you can be in the mountains. You can be in the desert.
Mhm. I
This is
can be
all
on my
available.
patio
You can
with all
be
my
on your
flowers.
patio. You bet. That's good
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Well, now,
Guys, I gotta go. It's 11 o'clock at
Well, you
night,
know what?
and I'm
Before you
defying
go, I
logic
hated
of being
to,
awake.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I have
So,
two prayer requests that are really important
okay,
for
hold on.
my
Let me get my.
family.
Yes.
Um, One I mentioned last night is that I have a niece, my sister's.
Elisheva?
No, this is another one.
Oh,
Elisheva is my friend, and she is going into hospice.
yes. Okay.
We're not sure how long she's going to have. But my niece contacted me that her name is Ebony. She's half black, half white. Her dad was my sister's first husband, and my sister passed away in 2011. Anyway, my sister had two children, and the youngest passed away when she was only 18. And so little Ebony is left. She is 54, and her dad passed away a couple of days ago, and she's just really, really, really lonely and having a hard time. Um, so, and I'm sorry, what?
I was just coughing. Excuse me.
Oh, okay. So that's one. And the other one is Kim, my oldest daughter's youngest daughter, Jana, is married to a Russian Jew. He's an immigrant from Russia. And a couple of years ago, his dad, who is very Orthodox, needed help. He developed cancer. He's paraplegic, and he lived in Arizona. Jana, my granddaughter, and her husband, Dmitry, who's the Russian Jew, lived in Austin. They put their house up for rent, moved the whole family when she was 7 months pregnant to Arizona so that he, Dmitry, could help take care of his father. And he has been devoted to his father for a couple of years now. And his father is now not expected to live. And so
Dimitri's
it's just
father.
Dimitri's father.
Okay.
I believe his name is Yaakov. I can't remember. But
Okay.
anyway,
So
that
Jenna or Jenna's
Jana is my granddaughter.
granddaughter, right?
Dimitri is her husband,
Her
and it's
husband.
her
Okay.
husband's father
Yes.
that is probably, he may be dying right now, but I found
Okay.
out through my daughter Kim, who I missed a call yesterday, and I texted her back, are you okay? Whatever. She said, I can't talk right now. I'm rushing to the airport. And then the next text was, I'm boarding right now. I'm going out to Arizona to help Jana and Dimitri with the kids. They've got 2 young children. And so anyway,
Okay.
it's hard. I know everybody has a time, but I'm sure Dimitri is going through a lot right now. I mean, he pretty much gave up everything to take care of his family, and his sweet little wife, my granddaughter, just willingly said, yes, let's do it. We need to do this. He's your father.
Yeah.
So
that's
anyway.
And how old is do we know Dimitri's father's name?
Dmitri, his name is Yaakov.
Yaakov,
I'm pretty
you
sure
said that. Sorry.
it's Yaakov, but I don't
Okay.
remember I don't remember his dad's name. I think his dad's name is Yitzchak.
Okay. So,
But
right.
anyway,
okay.
It's
and Ebony is a friend?
Ebony is my niece.
Is your niece? Okay.
My niece, yeah.
What's her mother's name?
Pardon?
Her mother's name?
Cindy. My sister is Cindy. Yeah.
Okay.
My youngest sister died in 2011. A sweet story. When I first texted James about it, he was in Israel with his students, and they knew that she was dying. And when I texted her, he said they all stopped and got in a circle, shoulder to shoulder, and cried and prayed with him. So anyway, lots of stories, lots of blessings amid the tears. So
tears are good. Tears are like prayers. They are
tears
prayers.
are like prayers. Tears are a gift. And I've told people, and I smile when I say it, I make sure that I make good use of my gifts from Hashem. And tears is one of them.
That's good. Sometimes we just don't have the words. We just don't. And
there
those tears are prayers in that instance for certain. And unutterable feelings and thoughts and
That's true.
I've written down all of these people, and
you are
I
so
will
good.
add them to
thank you
to the prayer list. And with that, I'm going to go. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And so I it's good to see all of you. And
Shavua Tov. Thank you for everything. you have
Thank
shared with
you.
us today. It's wonderful. We love
We
you.
all share together. We're all sharing together, and it's very good. And if things I say or have studied or know are helpful, good. And you don't have to agree, and you know, one person. So I'm glad we all got to meet and say hello, and good to see all of you today. Blessings to you for the new week, and it's good to see you guys.
You too.
And
Thank
I'll
you,
see you
Valentine.
later.
Bye-bye,
Bye
Valentine.
bye.
Take care, buddy.
Take care.
Wow. He has such a sweetheart, doesn't he?
He does,
Oh,
yes.
he does for sure.
Yeah, we always say it all the time to each other. Says, why can't we have him as a neighbor?
Wouldn't it
Because
be
you'd
nice?
be right there over his house all the time. As long as he loves cats, it'd be all right, right?
What's that?
As long as he loves cats,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, he does. They got cats in the building.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. How's your little black cat doing?
Oh,
He's
he's a
doing good.
spitfire. He likes to boop everybody.
We're giving him last couple of days. We've given him a little taste of freedom, just to kind of run around the house with everybody, and it's funny. He's chasing everybody down. Then when they stop and look at him, he just goes boop right in their nose.
Ah.
They don't know how to react to him. He's
Uh-oh.
not scared of
Hey,
anybody.
He
see?
doesn't do it hard, and he doesn't
No.
have his claws out. He never has his claws out. But he's just is such a sweetheart. But he's so small. He has to have a step stool to get up into the litter box.
Oh,
Mhm.
But
bless
he
his
actually
heart.
went to the litter
Oh,
box by himself this morning. Because I asked her, I said,
wow.
is Eli in a litter box? And she said, yeah. I was like, go, man.
That is special. That's so
Yeah.
sweet.
Well, he was using the litter box right off the bat.
Yeah.
And so
We
what does he weigh right now?
2 pounds and 2 ounces.
At 6 weeks old,
Wow.
Yeah.
he's gonna be a
His
bruiser if he keeps growing like
his
that.
his paws are about like that big. I mean, he's.
Well,
I hope he ends up being a horse. I mean, I'd be really curious because his granddaddy
Uh-oh.
was pretty good size and his daddy's pretty good size.
He looks like his face and the you know how the Mancoons have the ear tufts of hair and the tufts of hair on the under their ears. He's got that, and I
Mm-hmm.
wonder if he might have some of that in his bloodline.
It's hard to say. I mean, there's no Mancoons in the family, but
That you know
or
of.
that I know of. I mean, that's uh,
Way back.
his.
Sometimes traits come up in future generations, just like with us.
Oh yeah, Abby was the only orange tabby in the whole entire family for
Mm.
almost 4 years till another one got born in one of the litters. And I was like,
Mm.
okay, well, there's still a orange tabby gene somewhere in the
Mm.
family.
Mm.
But it's the whole family is tortoiseshells, uh, tabby Siamese, black cats, gray cats, and the orange tabby. Of course, the mother of all of it is a tortoiseshell. So all five of those kinds of breeds will come from a tortoiseshell. But I don't know of a Mancoon. As a matter of fact, that litter that the mother had, there's 3 kittens, and all of them had that fluff to them. One of them's passed away, but the other one's still in the alley with her. And the only thing that I could think of was the grandfather was very fluffy, and I guess that gene just never come out until that litter, which that been, oh gosh, 5 or 6 years since I've even seen one, because all the rest of them have short hair.
I bet one of those Maine Coon cats would cost you a pretty good penny.
Yeah, from what I've heard, we have. Of course, there's different sizes of them too. They're not just all humongous. You know,
Oh, really?
yeah, some are smaller frame. I mean, I don't mean smaller frame as in a 10-pound cat.
More like a 20-pound.
Yeah, more like a
35.
Yeah, like a 12 to 20 class, because we have two of them in the backyard. One is an orange tabby, and one is colored like Rebecca, like a gray tabby. And they're both pretty good sized boys, but I would doubt they're anything over 15 pounds. But they're both pretty good sized cats. And that's where I think the orange tabby, I wouldn't be surprised if he was around 10 years old, 8 to 10 years old, because you could tell by his face. But I have a feeling he's probably the main father of everybody, maybe. I mean, I don't really know, because there was at one point, what was it, about 5 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, we had, oh gosh, 4 or 5 orange tabbies in the backyard. And they all looked identical, every one.
Yeah.
And because you could tell, because the big daddy, the orange tabby, he's got the white rings at the tip of his tail. Well, so does everybody else. I mean, Gideon, the orange one you're always seeing sitting here with me or whatever, sticks his tail up in the air at everybody. You know, he's got the white rings. And his older brother, who we call Cuz, but his older brother looks almost identical to him. I mean, the face, everything. It's just crazy how it's no different than humans, because every cat has different bone structures. They have different bones. They have different, and you can tell family resemblance.
Well, you know, this girlfriend I had a while back, she could take a picture with a phone at like different kittens from a litter, and it would immediately tell you exactly what kind of cat that was. They'd all be different, you know.
Huh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know where she had that thing, app or whatever you call it, but yeah, I mean, and I mean it would show exact, you know, they were all out of the same litter, but there were several different cats, different types of cats.
That's just like these right here. You know, if you didn't know any better, you'd think those pictures of the same cat.
Right.
And it's not. That's Sammy at Abram's age.
Yeah, I could see that
this
difference in the color.
Well, this is his uncle.
Wow.
That just tells you the family resemblance
Mm-hmm.
in the two of them. And it's still, if you see one go across the floor and you just see him out of the corner of your eye, you don't know if it was Sammy or Abram. You're not really sure, because Sammy's like twice his size. But poor Abram, he's so tiny. I doubt he even weighs 5 pounds. He's so small. But which that family is known to have a lot of small cats. So
You know, I'm sorry to butt in.
go ahead.
I got my kitties, 2 siblings, in May. Okay, couple of months passed. How do you sleep at night if they have a racetrack running over your bed?
They grow out of that.
Oh my! How long?
They'll eventually grow out of it. It'll take them a little while, but I can remember back when I had my Dalmatian, and we found the Sheba. She was barely even 4 weeks old when we found her, and man, she used to get those running fits at night and jump all over everything. She's probably about maybe 4 or 5 months old at this point. She was just barreling through the house, jumping up, down, here and there.
Okay.
And my wife at the time, she was like, I wish she would stop. I says, well, if Chester's had enough, he'll get her to stop. That's his cat. Let him teach her. And eventually I heard her jumping up on the bed one evening, and all of a sudden I heard, I was like, what was that?
Whoa.
I cut the light on and I looked, and he had caught her and slammed her down to the bed and had his paw on her and then laid his head on top of her. And then when I got up the next morning, I looked, they were still laying in the same position, and she never did it again.
Whoa.
When it was time for bed, she went to bed with both of us.
By the way, there are chocolate and cream colored Siamese.
Oh, okay.
You find it?
Did not know that. Gosh, you're just looking up a.
Yeah,
Oh.
we have two Siamese out in the yard. One is a really dark chocolate, and one is like a coffee with cream in it colored.
Yeah.
But they're not Siamese though, because they have gold eyes.
Right.
They don't have blue eyes. But they look like it, but they don't. I mean, they look just like the picture she's got right here.
They're called Tonkinese.
Oh.
But they don't have blue eyes.
Well, not every cat in this picture has blue eyes either.
Oh, by the way, Libby, I wanted to tell you, I got me a colloidal silver generator, and I've been using it and taking it for about 4 months. I wish I'd found out about it 20 years ago, or I don't know. I mean, it just amazing me. I got it in nose spray, eardrops, and plus, taking it every day. It's just, I'm sold on the stuff, But everybody else, I know how everybody I mention it to is just like everybody I read about in the testimonies. You first, and I was the same way. You first hear about it, and you're like, well, I don't know, you're everybody's skeptical, but I waited 10 or 15 years from when I heard about it, but I wish I would have started 10 or 15 years ago. That stuff is amazing what it does.
What was it?
Colloidal silver.
Oh, colloidal silver. Yeah, okay.
I bought a really good generator. I mean, it does it all. It is, it does everything so easy. You just set it and forget it.
Libby, do you know if cats can be given colloidal silver?
Yes, recommended. But you have to give it in a plastic dish.
Colonial silver. What does that do for them?
Colloidal silver, yeah.
Colloidal.
Oh, colloidal.
It's basically for you, but you can give it to your pets. But if you give it to your pets, or even if you don't, never use a metal spoon or a metal bowl. If you're going to give it to your pets, make sure it's a plastic pet dish. You don't want to put it. I don't. Huh?
Or glass?
Yeah, glass would be okay.
Well, I'm definitely going to get these, I spoke about earlier. Never heard of it. Quiet moments, the little snacks. Sounds good for me. No more racetracks on my bed.
It's got melatonin in it, though, so.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
I need to give it.
Yeah, I might get something for a crazy cat I got.
Well, I thought I had a couple of them. I'm trying to learn and get used to. Okay, so that's why I ask these questions. Why my bed is a racetrack at night?
I see.
It says here she's looking it up on here, and supposedly one of the medical risks of the colloidal silver on cats is it can cause kidney damage.
Oh.
Yeah, I wouldn't give them too much. But I don't know. The thing I've read said that you should give it to them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you probably, you probably have to downsize it a lot.
You have to be careful not to give too much and take too much even as a human, because it kills all bacteria and virus. And some bacterias, our body, it's symbiotic. It helps us.
Yeah.
So my recommendation is to always give some probiotic in addition if you're taking it all the time. The reason is you need to replenish the good bacteria. You want to kill the bad bacteria, but you want to replenish the good.
Yeah, you want to eat a lot of fermented foods. We put some good.
Well, we buy raw milk from the Amish, and cottage cheese, yogurt, things like that will put the good probiotic back in your system.
Yeah.
But I don't use it every day. The only time I use it is if I get a sinus infection. I'll sniff some up in my nose, put it in my ears, use it in my eyes, anything that your sinus cavities are connected to, gargle with it in your throat. But if you come down sick, you can use it like an antibiotic. Take it for 7 to 10 days, 3 times a day. But when you do that, you do need to take a probiotic, and it needs to be a live probiotic. If it's not refrigerated, then it's not live.
Right. So many they sell over the counter are not refrigerated, and they really don't do anything. So what's the purpose in taking it? Go ahead, Angel.
I'm sorry. I was just going to answer Baxter's question of where do you get the colloidal silver?
Oh.
You can get the colloidal silver on Amazon. I'm not sure about the generator, though.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I went to the Silver Edge, and man, that generator, it's great.
And what's the purpose of taking it every day?
It is a natural antibiotic, Betty. The silver kills bacteria and virus. If you read biblically, that is a reason that we have the precious metals, because those things back in ancient times were what was used to take care of any health issues that you might have.
So, I mean, but taking it every day, that's not too much. I mean, I've taken it before, but not every day.
You don't take very much at a time. A teaspoon to a couple of tablespoons, like you use a dose cup, and there's a little line down on the bottom. You can fill it up, but you don't need that much. Because what it does, the colloidal is an electric charge that makes those silver particles stay suspended in the liquid, which will go into your system, and it goes throughout your system to kill any bad bacteria or virus that's in your system.
Okay.
My grandmother used to put a silver coin, and this is back when we had pure silver coins. She used to put a silver coin in her milk because they didn't have refrigeration, and it kept the milk from spoiling because the bacteria didn't build up to spoil the milk.
Wow.
And I always wondered, she was an Indian, and so I just thought, well, it's just one of those strange little things we do, those cultures do, but they actually had a reason for it.
The wagon trains used to do that,
Yes.
for their water and stuff.
Right. And I have my dad's original drinking cup when he was a baby, and it is pure silver.
I have my baby spoon.
Okay, that is the reason that they have the saying about being born with a silver spoon in your mouth.
Yeah.
When you were in the elite group, these things were known that would keep you from getting sick. But
Mm.
the lay people didn't really understand what it was all about. But there is a reason that they used the silver. It was a pure natural antibiotic.
Hmm.
You got if you take too much, your skin can turn blue. You look like
It can what?
I said if you take too much, your skin will turn blue.
Oh,
You'll look like a Smurf.
Well, the other thing that causes that would be if you did not use pure silver and you're using wires like you would get from the jewelry store that has other minerals, other what am I trying? Other metals in it. They're a
right.
metal amalgam,
Right.
and you have to get pure silver wires because when you put that electric charge in it, you're suspending that electric or whatever other metals you're suspending that. So there is a reason also that you would turn blue or gray because you're getting those other metals in your system and it's not flushing out like the silver would.
Yeah, they the upper class always, back in England and stuff, always ate off silver plates and drank silver glasses, and they would turn blue because if it's not, like you said, pure silver, but that's where the saying blue blood comes from. There'd be blue around their eyes and nose.
How funny.
But they would not get sick, whereas the poor people would.
Hmm.
Hey, Michael, what's the voltage on that generator?
I'm not sure, but this one I got from the Silver Edge, it's a new type because the smaller the particles are, the better it is. And this one makes microparticles. It's really new. I mean, I think it's so easy. You don't have to stir it. It's got an air tube that blows periodically. The old ones, you'd have to stir it with a spoon periodically to keep the silver from sticking to the sides. And I was trying to answer with all that. If you go to the Silver Edge website and you just tell them you're interested, they will send you a bunch of information and they'll send it to your email and answer all your questions.
That'll work. Thanks, Michael.
And because I really had a lot of questions. I wanted to, anything new like that, and they answered all my questions.
The one I have has a 9-volt battery, and my father-in-law looked at the one I bought, and he built himself one. It's not a real. I don't know what you have, Michael, because I'm sure they've upgraded and promoted things.
Right.
But it's basically just putting a 9-volt battery in a little box, and then you have two wires with a positive and a negative charge, and you use a saline solution, which you make from pure natural sea salt. And I use distilled water because you don't want any other metals in it. So, I have well water, so I don't use my well water because I'm sure I have, other metals possibly in my water.
I use
distilled water.
Is anybody
I
here
charge
familiar?
mine to get the right particles per million. I charge it about 7 minutes, and I make a 16-ounce. I use a glass jar or a glass measuring cup to charge mine. And recently, my therapist has asked me to start making it for her and her family, and I have the dark amber bottles that my sister gives me from getting kombucha tea. And so I make up about 4 bottles at a time and take it to them. And I don't make it for people that I don't know, because if they misuse it, then they want to come back and sue you. I
Right.
put it in the mail because I don't want it to be tampered with and then somebody blame me. So you have to be careful with it, because people think if a little is good, a whole lot will be better. And,
Right.
you don't want them drinking a whole 16-ounce bottle at a time.
Right.
You talk about
Uh,
having good gut bacteria. I'm sure you're most everybody here is familiar with kimchi, and
Yes.
mhm.
there's a YouTube channel I watch, and some company has put kimchi in a pill form,
Yeah.
and is selling it to for good gut bacteria. I'm sitting there thinking, dude, if you have it in a pill, it's already dead.
That's right.
It's not doing you any good.
If it's freeze dried, it's killed. It's not live bacteria.
I mean,
That's
my
exactly
God.
right.
Well,
That-
is it really, really, really spicy kimchi?
Kimchi, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See, I don't
I'm not a fan of it myself. She eats it, but I'm not.
You
I don't
can
think I
you
could.
can get the same good gut bacteria just by fermenting some cabbage.
Yeah.
If you want carrots and
Yeah.
other things in it, that's good. But
Mhm.
that is the reason that a lot of people would eat cabbage back in the day. They would eat a little bit every day, and the other thing is apple cider vinegar, and I make my own apple cider vinegar. That has good bacteria to put in
Yeah, I
your
was gonna say,
gut.
you gotta
So
like take a shot glass every day of just apple cider
yeah,
vinegar.
That's
Yeah.
good for
yeah,
you anyway.
Yeah.
yeah.
You
It
But
has to
do
have the
it
mother.
just plain?
It has to
You
have the
do it
mother
just
though. So
plain, or do you mix it with honey and water?
you
or
can
you
you can do
don't
that if you
ever
want
drink
to. I mean, it
you
don't bother
don't
me just
ever
to
drink
chew.
apple cider vinegar straight. That's
Well,
not
I didn't
healthy.
think so. I
It's
would,
not good for your teeth or your
You
throat,
mix a
but
little warm water and
recommended.
honey, make
yeah,
it like
Yeah.
a tea.
that's what I've done.
I
So,
mix I
But
mix it in soda water or lemon juice and make a tea out of it.
and
but they have
what ratio of
Whatever
cider to liquid?
your palate can take. Some people
Yeah.
don't like the taste, and some people do.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
have
I need
discovered. Go ahead, Betty.
No, I was just gonna say I need to add extra honey to mine. I'm not a big fan, but
Right.
I have some, but I just kind of put it away because I got tired of it. But I know I need it. So
Everybody does that.
yeah.
I was going to say they have discovered a way to impregnate metal with this colloidal silver, and they're now producing it for ductwork for hospitals. And the industrial application, they're putting it's now that they can impregnate it in this metal, they're using it for all kind of stuff, because it stays bacteria free for a long time.
my husband had a really bad road rash from a motorcycle accident, and the doctor was going to do skin grafts on his arms because his arms looked like hamburger.
Mm-hmm.
And we used colloidal silver to wash his arms with and bandaged them up. And what was it, 2 or 3 weeks? The doctor decided he didn't need to do skin grafts.
Right.
And
Wow.
he does have some scarring, but it definitely healed him up and it kept him from getting infection.
Honey is really good antibacterial also.
Yeah.
Yes.
If it's real honey.
Yeah. I just had some wonderful pure Israeli honey with my challah today. Oh, so good. Yum.
Yeah, I put some of that in that Israeli honey in my uh, oats I made yesterday.
Oh yeah, it's
that
really
that
good.
granola thing I was telling you about.
Yeah.
I put some of that in there, and oh man, you can taste it. I mean, I didn't put very much either.
No, it's really strong is probably not the right word, but it's very what would you say? Um,
Potent.
it's
It's
just potent. Yes, it's potent. Much more than
concentrated.
regular honey, even local honey.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
I have a an eczema honey lotion that we put on cuts that helps them heal faster too.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
it's good stuff, and it works.
I,
And
I don't know if you can see. Can you see the scar above my head,
Yeah.
on my above my
Yeah.
eyebrow where they did the eye surgery? Well,
Uh-huh.
it wasn't closing up for so long, and they were talking about trying to redo it, totally redo it. And I started putting Manuka honey on it, and it started sloughing off and healing up and sloughing off and healing up. And I still have a little bit there, but it's closing on up. So
That's
that Manuka
amazing.
honey is quite medicinal too.
There's a lotion she made a couple of years back.
I have no idea what
That's-
the recipe
Yeah, she
was.
does.
I lost it.
It was a one-hit wonder, but there was it's got was it castor oil in it?
It has castor oil,
some other stuff.
coconut oil.
But
I don't remember what else.
But she actually did it for a lotion, and man, I tell you what, it'll put Neosporin out of business. I mean, it will heal up your cuts quick. I mean, you put that sucker on and put a Band-Aid over your cut, leave it for a couple of days, don't even think about it, and you go to pull it off, and it's completely sealed. And it's like, wow. I mean, it's crazy how good that stuff is. Completely by accident.
Well, coconut oil is antibacterial also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But man, that was some good stuff. But yeah, we pretty much
My
made
daughter
Colin.
and I did it was like home facials with homemade products. And one of the recipes was honey, yogurt, and banana. And you mix it, you mash it all up and put it on your face. We were wanting to lick it. It was so good.
That's funny.
You could.
Yeah.
That's just like we have huge boxes that we use for first aid kits. I mean, I got mine. She's got hers because she can't have latex and stuff like that. And we don't even have Neosporin in those boxes because the more research we did on it, you don't want to use an antibacterial cream on your cut. You want the bacteria there. That's what it is. So I quit using Neosporin. But,
So Libby, I've bought Manuka honey before. In fact, I gave my little puppies Manuka honey at one point when they were having, I don't remember what their issue was, but I had read about it and bought some. But what is special about Manuka honey versus other honey?
Manuka is more medicinal because of the plant that they feed on, and it comes from Australia. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Melaleuca plant.
Oh, Melaleuca. Okay. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
The bees feed on that plant, and that's what makes it a much stronger, concentrated medicinal.
Okay. Well, you talk about potent. Yeah.
No, I had from, let's see, I don't even know if you can even see it now, but from there all the way down to there, I got, you can almost see it. That's about, 3 weeks ago? Yeah. But I was laying in bed, and every night Sammy's thing is he comes over and flops down beside me, throws his legs up in the air, wanting his belly rubbed. So I was sitting
That was
there,
2 weeks ago.
I was sitting there rubbing his belly, and most of the time we both fall asleep because she's in the bathroom doing her stuff and whatever. But something spooked him. I never heard anything, and man, he flopped over and dug that nail in there and used my arm to jump up. And I mean, and I knew it was going to be bad because as soon as it happened, I looked down. I was like, "It's not bleeding. That's not good." And I went to get up just to make sure, and man, it just started going.
It was pouring.
It just started going, and I used that honey stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like caked it on there as thick as I could, and just took like a paper towel and wrapped it around it for the night and taped it off. And the next day or next morning before work, I smeared it back on there again and actually put a bandage on it and everything. And I left it covered for like 3 days. Never even put more stuff on, just left it covered. And by Friday, I mean, it was completely sealed shut. And all I do is just kept putting lotion on. I didn't put any more bandages on it. But that stuff's good. I mean, it's just, it's that's the way my deal goes, man. So I'm always the one that gets lit up by claws. I got a scar on that hand. It goes like from here all the way back, and that was from Abram freaking out because I was trying to pick him up to clean his eyes, and he doesn't like to be picked up.
Oh.
But yeah, just to trim his. I haven't trimmed his claws since he first come in the house. So it's because he's extremely skittish. I mean, it's almost impossible to approach him. Don't know why he's like that. That's just because his brother's wide open. He's like, "Hey, dude, what's up, man?" Abram's not like that.
And the really weird thing is, he just picked him up, carried him in, and gave him a bath.
Yeah,
That's
crazy. But I don't know. It is what it is. But he's the one I'm going to have to give Daddy's little helper to in order to cut his claws and to clean his eyes.
Daddy's little helper?
Yeah, that stuff that she showed a little while ago to Miriam. The calming treats.
Oh, I guess I missed that.
I call him Daddy's little helper.
Okay, I don't guess they have it for dogs, huh?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would have to give that to Shadow too, as well as Sarah, to cut their claws. Because Sarah, she ain't but 3.5 pounds, but if that girl don't want to be held, you're not holding her. She's a strong little cuss for not even 4 pounds. She's a strong little booger. But yeah, and I was even telling her, I was like, well, if they don't want to eat the treats or whatever, I said, I'm sure I can get one of my buddies to give me a little something in a baggie, and I can crush it up and put it in some food and just get them stoned. I'll be able to cut the claws. Because that stuff's not going to hurt them. It's a plant. It's not going to hurt them.
Yeah.
But it would be funny.
There are a lot of plants that are dangerous to cats.
It would be kind of funny to see a cat cross-eyed and drooling.
You'd be better off giving them catnip.
Catnip doesn't calm them down, though.
It does when they wear themselves out.
But man, I mean, if Abram ever got sick and we had to give him medicine, he'd be screwed. Because there'd be no way we can catch him. And if you do, you better be wearing a very heavy long sleeve jacket and gloves. Because he is strong. I don't know where he gets it from. But he might be 5 pounds. His brother's is a little over 9. His brother's a stud. So I don't know. I'm curious to see what Eli turns out to look like. It'll be a while, but they grow fast.
Enjoy him while he's little.
Yeah.
It is. Miriam, it is called Quiet Moments.
Yeah, quiet moments. But yeah, she was sitting at the desk yesterday, had him stuck down in her shirt. I told her, says, you better enjoy that while you can because he's not getting any smaller. She's like, I know. So she's going to have to teach him how to ride around in a scarf, so she can carry him around the house. I don't think he'll do that though.
Yeah.
He's wide open, man. It's funny. He walks around the house stomping his feet like he's somebody, and it's just like a Trojan horse or something. It's like, dude, you're what, 2 pounds? Knock it off.
He does act like he's big man on campus.
And then to watch
Just-
him run sideways like he's going to do something to somebody, it's like, well, all you do is bounce off of him.
Well, he's getting into practice. He's getting into shape.
Yeah,
You
he's
know,
not
showing
scared of
y'all what
anybody.
he's made of.
He's not scared of anyone. I mean, I saw him at the water bowl this morning. He hasn't started drinking water yet.
Mm.
But I saw him at the water bowl, and Kirby was there. He's our bully. And he's our blind bully. And he was hissing at him and everything, and he was just stood there, just had his head cocked sideways, looking at him, had his paw up in the air like he's going to boot him in the nose. I was like, dude, I don't know if I'd do that. But he was just, hissing at him, growling at him the whole entire time, and he just had his head cocked with his paw up like this, as I'm going to boop you if you don't shut up.
One day he may get it back. Ooh.
Oh, Kirby gets it. Well, he gets it back from Gideon, the orange one that always sits in my lap up here. He got it from him just a little while ago. He was on the arm of the chair, and he was like booping him in the nose, and Gid was kind of like smacked him, and then kind of popped him pretty good one time too. He's not using his claws, but he was just letting him know that I don't want to be booped in the nose.
That's funny.
He's slowly coming around. He's very jealous of him, but he's slowly coming around.
Miriam, our house quiets down about half an hour after we go to bed. All the cats are settled.
Yeah. Unless
one of them's playing with a toy or something.
Well, usually the ones that are creating the havoc is usually Becca and Sarah chasing each other around the house. Yeah, we know it's them because Becca doesn't beat up on her. Now her sister and her brother does, but Becca doesn't. She just likes to play with her. And I mean, they go barreling through the house. And eventually you'll hear something go, crash! And you're like, oh no. And we're like, you getting up or am I getting up? But I mean, it's crazy. And they could set off a bomb in this house and blow half the house up, and you go to find out what's going on, and there's no trace of anything. It's like, how did y'all do that? I mean, it's just the boys started it. They started like making these massive noises at night, and it's like, oh my gosh, where they just knock over, and you go.
It sounded like they just tore the whole house down.
Yeah, and you can't find anything missing. There's nothing out of place. It's like, how did y'all do that?
That's funny.
And they passed that on to the kids, their nieces and nephews. Now they have the talent to do it. It's like, what's going on? I mean, it sounds like half the house just came apart, and there's nothing out of order.
Yeah. To get your wine.
Just like this morning, I thought it was the cage collapsing this morning, but no, they knocked over their food table in the floor. I guess I wasn't getting up early enough. Feed us, no!
They were just trying to help you along.
And this morning they were playing in the bedroom curtain, and I was waiting for it, and sure enough, the curtain come down. It was around 6:30, and I was getting ready to get up, and she says, don't you dare get up. She says, because you're going to train them. If they knock the curtain down, then you'll get up. She says, lay here for a few minutes.
Whoa, okay. That's wisdom right there to me. Because when I hear something crashing, I gotta jump and run, you know?
Yeah.
Ignore it? Okay.
Well, I'm not saying ignore it. I mean, if you hear something, I mean, definitely go check it. But
Well, it usually is like you say. Nothing is out of place.
Yeah, when
it's all calm.
Down,
yes.
I mean, the whole rod, everything just come down.
Yes.
And she's like, don't you dare get up.
Because you can train them, but they can also train you.
Yeah.
Yes, they can.
Oh my, I'm learning. Okay.
Especially Sammy. Sammy's hilarious, man. He'll crawl right up in your face and wait for you to make a movement. And he'll just real quietly, he'll go, hi.
Oh, whoa.
It's like, okay, and of course you're not going to have Sammy without Micah beside him, because Micah just loves his uncles. Wherever they're at, that's where he's going to be.
Oh, that's sweet.
And he's taking his claw and he's very carefully pulling the blanket down on Puppy while Sammy's up there going, hi.
Sweet.
Isn't that sweet? It's hard to ignore.
I just pat him on the head. Hi, Sammy. Hi, Micah.
Oh my, oh Lord.
Especially
Okay.
when it comes to Micah, I'm always like, hi, Micah. Please don't sneeze on me.
Oh, that's normal sneezing. Okay.
Yes. Oh no, he's got sinus infections and stuff. When he sneezes, you're going to get it.
Uh-oh.
And
Yeah.
usually if he's up there purring, and if I start hearing him kind of sniffing a little bit because he's purring, I take the sheet, put it right over my head just in time by the time he sneezes.
Oh my, I got one like that. Okay.
Good.
So, what causes the sneeze? You think it's the little dust or something? You know, I don't know.
There's
I'll
two
get down.
viruses that cats get.
I'll go
But
out.
they can also get the
Herpes virus.
COVID virus from you.
Yeah, yeah. That's the worst, right?
That's what.
Yeah, that it has been.
He's
But we
outside.
still
He wants
have
to
a
go
couple
see
that
King.
aren't
Yeah.
over it
See
yet.
King. No parking.
Oh, okay.
We have a couple of them that one of them finally got cleared up. That was Sarah. She finally cleared up, and Micah developed it was just his left side that he gets that drainage.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I have to clean his nose off for him. He doesn't like that, but it is what it is. And Naomi, she never quite got over entirely. And as a matter of fact, she's still sick now.
Mm.
And bless her heart. And it's
So it's not a new kitten come in the environment thing. It can just be with any age cat, right?
yeah.
Okay. Well, that's what I thought. You know, I had mine since May, and they're still adjusting to my environment and smells, which I'm asthmatic and it has to be clean. And I'm not one for fumes and all that. So, and I thought, you know, at least just getting used to me. So maybe it is. And I thought, and I saw commercials online, YouTube, oh my YouTube, about kittens. And so their little dust can affect their breathing. Yeah. From them moving it around and stuff. And I did buy this machine, self-cleaning cat litter box. Y'all ever tried that?
Yeah, we have a self-cleaning.
Yeah, we
box.
have the ones that rotate.
That's what I have. It's called Neo Want. That's the brand. Maybe it's
Does it run off? Does it program to your phone?
oh, I don't know how to do that. Okay. You just push a button on it and it automatically does stuff with the cat done. But if you need more, if you're cleaning out whatever extra, then you can push a button to make it rotate. But it's a circular rotation, right?
Yeah, because the ones that we have, she's got them hooked to her phone, and it'll send a message to her phone if something's out of whack or it needs to be adjusted or
Okay.
Plus, if somebody does leave a wonderful smelling present, then she can hit a button on the phone and it'll go ahead and start rotating it. But I think she's got, what, a 5-minute timer set on it?
I got it 7 minutes.
Or
7.
7 minute
Oh,
timer.
okay.
I had to turn them on, put them on kitten mode right now because little guy's not quite heavy enough to set off the trigger to know
Yeah, yes. It said weight size too. So mine do set it off. I just want to make sure if I'm on the right track to get the right thing. I got rid of just the little boxes. That wasn't working for me. So I bought the machine, and I'm kind of happy with that. So No
Yeah, it
complaints
definitely makes
about
it a
it.
lot easier. Cause now, I don't know about yours, but on ours, it's got a tub on the bottom underneath it, and you pull the
Yes.
tub out and you pull the bag out, and it
Yes.
plays another bag slide.
Hallelujah.
Now for you though, you probably don't have to worry about changing that bag, but maybe every 3 or 4 days.
Oh, that's too
We
soon.
have to
Okay,
do it.
I do it every day. Every day.
I would say we have to do it every morning to both of them because that's
Yeah.
all the cats that
Because
we have.
we have so many.
Oh, okay. And I got two, and I thought it was you have to do it every day. Okay,
No,
so it can
you
be.
don't have to do it every day. No.
No, you just want to do it when it gets full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's every day.
Yeah.
But before we brought the last 5 in or 6 in, it was I could go like 4 days without having to clean it.
Yeah. And so if you have it in the house, did you start in the bathroom or what? I don't understand. Because I just have a bedroom, a living room, kitchen, bathroom. So we started in the bathroom. That was,
We have one in our in our bedroom,
Yeah.
and we have one in the living room.
It's
There's
like
one right beside me.
it's like 6 feet from
They're
us.
the Amish.
But the funny thing is, it must really work. Of course, it's also the cat litter we use too. But it must really work because when people, every once in a while, we get a visitor here for Kelsey and stuff,
yeah,
and they'll see like usually
no
Kirby's the one that.
odors.
Well, yeah. Usually Kirby's the one that comes out and greets everybody because
Mm-hmm.
he likes people. And
Mm-hmm.
they're always like, "Oh, you got cats?" And like, "Yeah, we got quite a few." And they're like, "I would never have known." I said, "Well, the litter box is sitting right there, 2 feet away from you." They're just like, well, I don't smell anything."
And it comes with a deodorizer thing you insert, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
Mine
yes.
doesn't.
no,
Mine
On,
ours
doesn't.
don't.
No.
oh, mine has a deodorizer you can insert by the basket and then put it in. Wow. Okay, that's great. Then every every other day or 2 day, I just do it every day. I need to know not to do it every day. Then it's not needed for two cats.
Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that fella.
Oh, my sweet, cute baby.
Betty had her Brock up there a few minutes
Yeah, I
ago.
seen that.
Yeah,
So
I
cute.
love the babies. And I always thought I wanted a dog all my life. Never had one. 71. Got in May a cat. Then the next thing you know, the maintenance guys knew about the older cat being coming to the house. Well, another one showed up, and it's a younger cat. Let's go, keep them going. And been having this in May, and I have no regrets. I'm so happy.
Well, that's what we were telling you. They take care of themselves.
They do, and so neat and clean, and they groom each other. You know.
Except for when they're hungry and they bug you for food.
Yes. And then you hear the meow, meow, meow all up there when you're in the kitchen. Don't walk in the kitchen.
And they know
It
what.
sounds more like ow.
Yeah, they.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's my name. It's a verb. Ow.
No,
Oh,
it's
ow.
not your name. They're just calling for food. Say food, food.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Heart.
I thought it was new baby meows that wasn't completely developed yet, you know?
Now, are you feeding your kittens just once in the morning, then once in the evening,
No,
once in the afternoon?
no, I'm sorry, no.
You don't want because you don't want them to put on weight because the cats are really easy to get diabetes.
Yeah.
Once in the morning, once in the evening. Not breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Nope.
No.
Oh, I'm
He
breaking the
does.
rules.
Now, since he's 6 weeks old, she still gives him something in midday, but it's very small.
But when he was when we first got him, he was what, 3 weeks old?
About 4 weeks old, yeah. He's been here
Like
he's
3
been here
weeks
2
old.
weeks. He's been here 2 weeks.
Anyway, he
Me.
was so
Okay.
young that he had to be fed every 3 hours.
Yeah.
Every 4 hours.
We had to bottle feed him.
Oh, that was bald, yes. Okay, I didn't have to go through that.
But But once they're old enough, I mean, once they're like a month, 2 months old, they're able to go twice a day. Just make sure it's about 12 hours apart.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's what I started doing a couple days ago when I got home in the afternoons. I was telling her, I said, just plop him in the floor with everybody else, let him start eating, because that's trying to get everybody together with him and realize that, hey, he's not just a kitchen
Yeah.
animal. He's going to be eating with you. Then uh, about 2 days ago, I started yesterday morning. I went ahead and carried him in there and let him eat with everybody, let him eat breakfast with everybody. So now he's eating breakfast because I'm trying to get him to understand that when I'm making the food, it's time to come in the kitchen. And when I fed all of them a little while ago, um, he was in the kitchen walking around, and I had to pick him up and set him on the little step there at the table. He was like, "Oh, food." Like,
Wow.
duh. You know, I mean,
You know,
I use the
yeah.
ranking of steel bowls together to get everybody's attention when it comes to food.
Oh.
But he hasn't learned that yet.
So yeah, he needs time. Uh, so okay, 2 times a day instead of three. Okay.
Right.
Well, I don't mix. I haven't got to that point yet to mix my own kibbles for 'em and food.
Right.
I'm giving them Fancy Feast kitten for kittens.
Mm-hmm.
That's what do you say about that?
Yeah, and they're what, 3 or 4 months old now.
Mm-hmm. Since May.
You could probably go ahead and start putting them on regular food
What I eat?
because if you figure,
No, regular
Oh.
full adult side cat food.
yeah,
Oh, a double. Okay. Oh, a double. Oh, I was gonna say. Oh my, you getting me nervous.
because a cat only needs to be 6 months before it can have a litter. So if they're already about 3 or 4 months old, and they're okay to start.
Yeah, and I got 2 boys, so
Yeah.
I do keep them in,
I mean,
and I did.
go ahead and finish giving them all the kitten food that you have. But next time you go to get some, go ahead and just start getting them the adult food.
Adult food, okay,
And
but it's still,
make sure you get them fixed, or you're gonna have them spraying everywhere.
yeah, I understand that they have one on this 17. Yeah, yeah, 17 this month.
And boys are also cheaper to get fixed. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned that too, so I'm going to do it as soon as the appointment is next week or week after. And so 2 times a day, I bought this thing that flows the water constantly instead of just putting water in a bowl.
Her spoiling her cats.
Oh, see, I'm messing up. What do I do?
No, that's sweet.
Oh,
I've been looking at one of those too, the stainless steel water fountain.
yes, and it just constantly flows. And I put bottled water in it instead of tap water.
Yeah, you don't want to do tap water.
Yeah, okay, I'm doing it right. Okay, at least with the water. So 2 times a day, and that's enough. Now, okay, I'm giving them wet food. Okay, the kitty kibbles, is it okay too? Just, with the meal or just the food? I give them both. Each have 2 trays.
You talking about dry food in can?
Yes.
Well, keep in mind that the dry food.
Their stomachs are only about this big.
Yeah, but the thing
Yeah, and they don't always eat it all. That's I have to say.
well, but you got to think too. The moist food is actually better for them because the dry food has been highly processed, highly cooked.
Oh my!
It's also full of carbs, and it's the dry food that people leave out all the time, so the cat can just eat whatever he wants or whatever.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sugar in that food as well, and it just.
Oh no. Okay.
I know for a fact because the cats that my mom has had over the years have all been diabetic.
No.
because she was leaving dry food out all the time, and if they were hungry, they would just go and get it.
Yeah.
So and I used to always fuss at her about
And
that.
convenience is not good, for them,
Well, I even told her, I was like, you can't just leave that stuff out like that. And she says, well, but if they get hungry, I said, put them on a food regimen. Put them on a time. I told her, I said, every cat that you have has got diabetes. I mean, come on.
Did they have to be on meds?
Yep.
Yeah. They had
Oh, shucks. Oh, no, I don't want that for my babies.
Yep.
Okay.
The only one that did not have it was Punk.
Mm.
But she's had, let's see, 1, 2, 3. She's had 3 or 4 cats over the years, and they were all diabetic. And she even
Boys and girls.
And she had no, they were all girl. No, yeah, there's one boy in there.
One boy, okay.
But she also had her and Dad got a peekapoo, who I couldn't stand that dog. But he was also diabetic.
Oh.
Because she just kept food out for him too. I'm still going, man. Yeah.
Sometimes that's all you know.
I mean, you can't do that. So
that's true. And I'm glad to know now.
We do feed the cats outside dry food, but at least they're eating. At least they're getting something to eat.
Yeah.
So,
just a little bit, not a big bowl. On TV, they want to advertise with a big bowl of it. I just don't see how they can eat all that.
Yeah,
so
I give when I give them their food, I got a large spoon,
that's what I get. Yes.
Spoon size or something.
Mm-hmm. That's what I use.
A serving spoon.
It's like a serving.
Yeah, serving. Yeah.
And I just take 1 scoop for each cat.
Well, that's it. Okay, I'm glad to know I'm doing that.
Cats. Yeah, these are full-size cats.
Because remember, an adult-sized cat, their stomach's only about that big.
That's how.
Yeah. That's little.
Yeah.
And they're not full yet. Adults would be 12 after 12 months, right? Adults. They can be adults before a year.
Oh yeah. They're pretty much.
Yeah, they can reproduce at 6 months.
At 6 months.
Oh shucks. Okay.
Yeah, and they're still kittens at that point.
Wow. Okay.
Well, if you want to call them kittens, I mean they're not full size yet.
Yeah.
A lot of cats won't even reach full size until maybe a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
They get full size at 1 year, but they have growth spurts.
Bibbles went into heat when she was 6 months old.
Yeah.
6 months.
I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Bless her heart, she was miserable.
So, both can go in heat, male and female.
No, the female goes in heat. The male just sprays to indicate.
Just sprays. Oh, okay. Okay.
And that stinks.
Oh no.
Yeah, it smells worse than regular pee.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I got 2 boys. Okay.
But
so
don't do it if you get them fixed. The males.
Right.
So the fixing is the key. Even if they got a litter box, they still spray. They still can spray outside of it.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh my, I didn't know that. You gotta hurry up and get that done. I got an appointment next week. I'm getting.
Yeah, that's definitely an appointment you want to keep.
Yes, I will. I'm happy to know that.
Boys, they do much better with their surgery than the females do.
Oh yeah.
But it's like they just suck them out and cut them off. So.
But okay.
Make that big old shop vac in a...
But okay, if their little things haven't come out yet, and they're still baby looking, under there.
I can still remember when we had the boys done at the same time, and these 2 guys beat the crap out of each other all the time. Still do now. At 4 years old, they still do it now. But,
wow.
the vet told us, he said, make sure that they don't go jumping around and doing this, that, and the other. I just started laughing in the office. And I said, you don't know. And as soon as they came out of the cages, I mean, they were still stoned. I mean, their eyes were just as black as they could be. Their pupils were dilated, but they were chasing each other through the house and knocking the crap out of each other. I'm like, well, whatever.
Okay, I guess they were okay.
Yeah, I guess they were fine. Well, they're still under. They still had the pain stuff in there.
That's what I'm saying. A little pain and stitches or something look like that would have slowed them down.
No, it didn't slow them down.
Okay. So after their little surgeries, it never faced them. You ain't had to nurse nobody or
Just have them
wipe and dab or something.
Get all the shots that they're supposed to have, and you're good.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Okay. I'm so happy. I love them.
That's just like here. If anybody ever say anything to us about having all these cats and everything, we just tell them, say, hey, man, they're all fixed. They all have their shots.
Yeah. What?
It's not like we just bring them in here and they just run the house.
Do anybody complain?
No.
Oh, good.
No,
Shut their mouth.
I mean, people come in the house, they don't even know we have cats because you can't smell them.
Yeah.
They all run off and hide, except for Kirby. And as far as like if my buddy Tommy comes over here, well, they're kind of familiar with his voice a little bit, so some of them will actually poke their heads.
He's got a loud voice.
Yeah. But Kirby's always out. But the other, we'll have a few others kind of come out and pop their heads and see who it is, whatever. But anybody else comes over here, they stay hidden. Except for Kirby.
Well, not my babies,
Kirby's not a big fan when it comes to women. He's not a big woman cat. I mean, he's swatted at a few people before. But just be
maybe because they're a little older, and more mature.
No, he's always been like that. But if a guy comes over here, like if they come to check the AC unit or check the electrical and whatever. Oh, he's right there with them,
watching everything.
Oh yeah, he's.
That's what I got.
There's the guys that we had doing work to the house one time. He was sitting in the middle of their tool bag.
Whoa!
Like, you know your cat's in my tool bag. So he was trying to help him.
Oh, I love it.
That's all he's doing. He's helping you. I mean, if Sheba was still alive. Oh yeah, she'd be crawling in the tool bags. She was your little helper. I mean, I had to replace a toilet in the back bathroom one time, and she sat there the whole entire time. Watch me put that toilet in. I'm like, am I doing it right? And she just sitting there just talking to me.
Well, what's really eerie to me is when it's time to go to the bathroom. They want to follow.
Can't go alone, can you?
Oh no! Or I never had eyes on me before like that, And it got kind of weird at first. I say, okay. And you lock them out, you close the door. And they're scratching at the door and whining.
See the paws come up underneath the door.
I know it. Yes. Yes. Constantly. You got to hurry up, and get out of there.
Well, Betty's got to go.
Yes.
I do. I'm trying to write. I can't even type. Yeah, my puppy needs attention.
Yeah, I think my babies too. They're scratching and walking all on the computer, and I'm fighting them off of it. So it is time to do a little feeding too.
Yeah,
Today was great. Thanks, y'all.
I know it was. Thank you, Todd and Angel. Y'all are just angels. I love you guys.
I know Charles is still here too. How much you want to bet he's napping?
Yeah. Oh wow, yeah.
Probably got half a cup of coffee in his hand. He's like,
oh my. Yes. Half a cup and sleeping, right?
Well, I hope I see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Same to you, Lachelle. Love you, baby.
Love you too, sweetie.
Have a good afternoon and see y'all. Hope to see y'all tomorrow too.
Bye, Charles Sutton.
Oh, Chuck is awake.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just learning about cats. That's all.
Oh my, oh my, we all learning. We all learning. It's been a great day. Thank you.
We've
Thanks.
enjoyed
It
it.
has been a great day.
We
Yeah.
look forward to this every Saturday.
Yeah. She really told you
Yeah.
all.
Bye, guys.
I'll see y'all tomorrow, maybe.
All right,
Yeah.
Chuck.
Bye.
Bye, Miriam.